What's up, Amber? Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, yeah. Meowington. How's life treating me? Life is good, man. I can't bitch. How's the gym? Gym is good. I have a new trainer now. And the first 2 days were good this week. And then today, I jumped in a CrossFit workout with a friend. It was bullshit, but, you know, I was moving. I was grooving. Do a rap for you? Holy crap. This guy can't rap. He's about to take a motherfucking cat nap. Say goodnight with a little fright in your heart and soul. You're about to hear the ghoul known as Jewel. Make him look like a fool. Haha. Yeah, right. This is some millennial shit. Baseball. Making pumpkin banana bread. Wish me luck. Good luck, friend. Your explanation trainer was on to you trying to steal his loosh. Yeah, most likely. Trying to harvest me. I ain't trying to get my loosh harvest, bro. I try to stay like... I'm just one of those people, like, you're not gonna get a rise. That's like completely made up. What am I talking about? Anyone hear about Dolly Parton's passing? Yeah, rest in peace, Dolly. I saw Tim Curry also has passed away. He was one of my all-time favorite actors, favorite voice actors. Just a, hey you Georgie, you know, just a generally talented individual. I remember years ago, a long time ago, he had a pretty severe stroke, you know, that put him into a, you know, pretty much just in a wheelchair for most of his life, and or the majority of the end, not the majority, but the end of his life. It just made me really sad, just being stuck like that. So I do hope that he's off to a better place. And I don't know. There aren't a whole lot of celebrities that I care much about, seeing as they seem to eat children and whatnot. But, you know, some of them are just so dang talented. Dr. Frankenfurter. Let's mother freaking read. Yes, welcome, friends. We got urban exploration stories tonight. Wart. And we're going to be recording stories for anybody new to the streams. That's what we do here. We record the stories. We banter. We BS. We baloney about anything you guys want to talk about. We get into it. The amount of sad I am because of his death. He brought joy to every role and often played villains. I know, he was one of my... That's honestly, that's why I think kind of why I love like villainous characters, because every time he played them, they were just so real, you know? They felt like they had honest energy and character to it that you just don't really get. You know, not to put down like Adam Driver, but whenever he came on as like whatever Darth Vader replacement, you know what I mean? It's just... I don't know, it just doesn't hit the same. You need people that are like larger than life, and Tim Curry was definitively that, for sure. Love your videos. I don't know if you'll see this, but I've heard you saying sometimes people are stealing your content, posting as their own. I found this channel, and well, the majority of their content is stolen from you. I reported the channel. I just wanted to inform you. I appreciate that. I gotta be honest with you, I don't know what to do about it. There are so many like copycat channels now on my channel and my content that it feels like just like a bot is doing it, that it's like impossible to keep up with it. Whether or not that's going to have like a negative detriment on my own channel, I'm not really sure. But if you see them, just leave comments saying like, hey, this is, you know, this is Let's Read's channel, and please go check that out. Your EXP farming. You're winning. Oh, did I say Tim Dillon? I meant to say Tim Curry. Hey, Lynn. Welcome back for 4 years. Slipping in my jams. Paper doesn't grow on trees. This is true. Thank you. Good to see you, Lynn. What's poppin'? How's life? Invasion of the Joel Snatcher. Alright, dudes. We're gonna get into it. We're just gonna, at least for this one, decrease the amount of time between the start of the stream just to get right into it. Rest in peace, Tim Dillon. We wish him well. I linked the playlist there if you want to listen to that music. Wearing the heart monitor, got to wear it until Saturday afternoon. It's wireless too. Okay, nice. It's the Holter monitor or something like that. Did you have electrical issues in your heart? Look forward to the live streams. Makes driving more enjoyable. Absolutely. Someone left a big old long comment about the Lindsay Clancy thing. I don't know. I tried to follow their logic and I responded to it the best I could, but it was like they were saying like, come on, Joel, you believe in conspiracies, but you don't believe, you know, and then they were just saying it was the husband who did it, and I don't know, the amount, like I'm definitively down with some like abstract conspiracy stuff for sure. I don't know. This one's just not really striking me as much to derive from it. What's up, Beth? You had to wear that when you were 20. Damn, I'm sorry. But guys, thanks for being here. Click like, click share. We got 4 URBEX stories, which is urban exploration. It's basically just people putting on a pair of gloves, maybe like a helmet light, and then wandering around a place where they can get tetanus. Tim Curry died yesterday, but his team announced it until today because Dolly Parton died on the same day. Oh, they died on the same exact day. That's crazy. Now someone's got to make a shitty AI of them like holding hands walking into heaven or something stupid. What's up, Illusion? A lot of my URBEX or urban exploration stories are, I like to eat steak tartare. It's been a long time since I've had it, but I imagine it's delicious. A lot of my URBEX or urban exploration stories are, it was scary at the time, but funny later. Like the time a rat dropped onto my back while we were in this dark basement, or the time that we thought someone had just silently appeared in the room with us and it was just a dusty mannequin. But that this... I gotta warm up a little bit, huh? But there's this one story that was scary at the time and then stayed with me. And even all these years later, I still get a little nervous just talking about it, and I'd like to share it with you. I've changed the names where it matters, and I'm not going to pinpoint the exact site beyond rural Ohio, somewhere north of the old industrial belt. And the last thing I want is a bunch of kids getting hurt down there, messing with the scene the cops already looked at. But with that out of the way, I'll just get into it. So this was back in the fall of 1993. Me and 2 friends of mine named Pete and Johnny decided to hit up this derelict underground factory I was trying to say facility. More sad about Dolly than him, to be honest. Love Dolly. That's fair, yeah. I didn't know anything about Dolly. I wasn't into, you know, I don't know anything about her, honestly. I guess she was country music or something. But, you know, Tim Curry was like I don't know. He was just like, he was in Muppet Treasure Island. I loved him in that. He was wild thornberries, all sorts of stuff. And he just, I don't know, he was always just like that energy that was unavoidable. We used to explore the old rendering plant as kids. No cool stories, lots of rattle can pentagrams and spray. Oh yeah. Yeah, the only place I ever been was like caving, maybe some other various places, but like in the caves, there was quite a bit of weird little candles and spray painting and graffiti, stuff like that. And sometimes everybody would be like, be quiet, and then we would just sort of like sit there in the dark. You know, the darkness of a cave is like an impossible type of dark, like a dark where you know, your eyes are never going to adjust looking into it. And there's something abstract about that where, like, I don't think it's like lack of stimulus or anything, but then you just start to, like, everyone together can like hear things in the cave that are subtle but very odd. I just remember, like, for a while, like one time I went into this cave system with friends and just like heard just this sort of like very subtle but just like boom, boom. Like, it was so infrequent, but you could just like hear it was like something pounding, you know, from a very far away. It could have been anything. Could have been a highway. Could have been whatever, you know. Could have been a glacier. It's really cool to hear you warm up and be a human. That's why I stay late for this, because your regular posts sometimes just put me in a trance. No worries. Thanks for listening, hanging out. When I was 5 years old, I was obsessed with Dolly. I used to stuff my t-shirt with tennis balls to look like Dolly's big old honkers. In the fall of 1993, me and two friends of mine named Pete and Johnny decided to hit up this derelict underground factory complex. We'd been urbexing for a while, years before anyone gave a name to what we were doing, and back then, we'd just sort of be like, hey, you want to go check out this place or that a place? And it was implied the place would be some kind of postmodern ruin because that's what we did. And that week we had a trip from an old forum post. And that weekend, we had a tip from an old forum post about the factory complex and how it used to make machine parts during the war years before closing down for good in the 70s. The above-ground buildings were mostly gone, but the post mentioned tunnels and sublevels that the county never properly sealed, and where security was little more than a couple of chain-link fences and some keep-out signs. And so with the site having such a high potential for good days exploring, for a good day. Kendra, thank you. Good to see you. A trance is a good thing. Sorry for lack of clarity. Oh no, it's all good. I appreciate any form of listening. So with the site having such a high potential for a good day's exploring, it didn't take much to get all three of our votes. When it came to prepping for days out, we lived and died by the 5 Ps my Uncle Ted used to talk about. Proper planning prevents poor performance. Urban exploration often presents you with multiple problems per trip, so the more problem solvers you bring with you, the deeper you can explore. We packed headlamps, flashlights, respirators, gloves, and a pretty advanced first aid kit. We also brought a ton of spare batteries for all of our lights. Because trust me, the last thing you want is to be stuck down there in the dark without any working batteries. We parked about a mile onto boom, 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 boom. What's up, Miss Sexy Chocolate? Good to see you. And Menopause sucks with the 2. So thanks for being consistent. Love from Alaska. Thank you, Menopause. I was listening to a Louis C.K. thing earlier where it was just like, he was just basically talking about like single people just never have anything to complain about. It's like, for him, you know, it's like a fortunate thing to be able to like take a shit in privacy, whereas normally it's like his wife is like banging on the door like, hey, get out here. And then, you know, then he's trying to take a shit, and then his like 4-year-old comes in and just starts doing the jig, And he's like, that is not, that I do not want to see any smiling face while I'm trying to take a shit and stuff like that. And then he was like, but he's like, single people's complaints, he said, like, when you're married, you're complaining about how, like, my significant other has completely ruined my sexual identity and destroyed my sense of self. And then my kids have ruined all of my dreams, which is a pretty negative outlook towards marriage, but I can definitely see where someone could arrive there. He's like, whereas like a person who isn't married might be like, oh, my girlfriend doesn't share the same type of music that I like or whatever. And he's like, okay, well, fucking call her on the phone, tell her she sucks, and fucking hang up and never talk to her again. And he's like, to solve my issues, I have to go get a gun, and, it's just a whole fucking mess. But I was thinking, that's a great point. Like, sometimes you get caught up with the sense of reality being like some degree of like loneliness or something like that, but you might not realize that you're living in like the good times or the best of times, really, whilst you're in the midst of it. Single people complain about work, dating, family members, coworkers, the economy, and so on, right? I don't know if adding a family onto the top of that would be like the most ideal scenario. First time hearing you live, it feels like unreal. Your voice is the exact same from your video's voice years back. Thanks for making stories. No worries, Jen. Yeah. Try to avoid the cigarettes, try to avoid the whiskey, and I feel like things hang on pretty well. I wonder if like lifting weights and that kind of thing helps to like maintain voice box stuff. But then at the same time, some like voice actors I see who are like 60 years old, have pretty much maintained the same voice they've had since they were like 20. I like my wife, but I get it. Lindsay Clancy, yeah. Yeah, I really wouldn't. Like, I was just imagining like someone was getting married and then they ask him, like, what do you think about the Lindsay Clancy situation? And if they like somehow had maybe an excessive sense of support in her direction without acknowledging the murdering of the kids, it might be questionable whether you want to marry that person. If anybody had to be up with my bathroom business, I'd probably kill myself. Married and have 3 kids, but the only thing in my bathroom when I'm in there is the cat. Yeah, I feel like it's good to have like some sort of fucking like downstairs getaway bathroom where you like go into like some subterranean layer. Only difference is that non-single people have a consistent person to complain to. That's good, yeah. A Clancy trial 3 years to cook. It's weird that they have all that energy about the case now. I mean, I guess it's just the fact that it's all over, like media, social media, that kind of shit. Literally cannot leave a room without my kids running at me, screaming about me walking somewhere, let alone the bathroom. Right, yeah, SOS. And they want, you have like a snack in your hand, they like absolutely have to fucking have a bite. That's what I thought I had to use. Hiya, Darren, Joel, and everyone. Hello, Jesse. What's up, dude? What's up, Hannah? Instead of the Bechdel test, it's the Clancy test, yeah. Would you rather leave your young children with a bear or a postpartum woman? That is a great question. No, I don't know. I mean, some people were arguing like 8 months after, like would postpartum be still present? But we talked about last time just like how like she was over the course of like 3 to 4 months on, at least what we looked up, like said 30 medications. But then at one time she was on like 13. Like that's fucking psycho. Holy shit. My dad has a basement dwelling bathroom. This is his man's shitter. Let's go. AXG, what's up, dude? You have to train kids to respect your privacy and I guess your spouse, but I feel like if I don't set boundaries for myself, then how can my kids learn to do it? Yeah, exactly. I see friends who like don't, I don't know. They don't set boundaries with their kids or like let them get away with whatever, and it really scares me. I'm like, those kids are just going to become freaking bratters if you don't say anything. Got the same dinner on the plate talking about what you got there. Right. Looking forward to the cooler weather. Yeah, I'm kind of pretty ready for fall anyways as well. But at the same time, it does feel really good to just, if it's late at night, just go on a walk in the fucking warm weather. I do get to a point where I can't fucking stand winter, and maybe I should just become a snowbird somewhere. I have no idea where though. We parked about a mile out on a gravel road, then walked the rest of the way through overgrown fields. About a quarter-mile in, we came to the surface structures, all still intact, but nothing more than a mess of brick piles and rusty L-beams. I can't tell if this is an L or an I, and I'm not really familiar with. Oh, I-beams. Okay, cool. Yeah, college football, I'm pretty excited about. It just sucks because, like, with all the betting, it was like the whole, the betting issues with, like, the NBA, and then obviously going back into college, and the fact that Congress, for whatever reason, very quickly passed legislation, I think, that allowed college athletes to, like, bet with their NIL money, which is a little bit strange. You're basically creating a generation of gambling addicts, and then extending that kind of mentality over to the NFL and all the questionable things pertaining to the NFL, and how, I don't know, I'm just like, it really does make me wonder to what extent, how much of it's, like, genuinely rigged, and I just don't want to lose that. What do you think about the whole immigration visa cancellation? I'm Hispanic and get a lot of heat because I do agree with the change in the immigration system. I'm not super familiar. Can you give me a rundown on what's going on with that? Dealt with postpartum woman before, and it's actually not as bad as a bear. It was my sister, by the way, and at first she had my first nephew pregnant, though, who knew the whole story. I mean, at the end of the day, like, the concept of postpartum depression is just as open-ended and ambiguous as, like, the medications they give to people, right? Like, you generally, it's going to be all manner of, like, symptoms and to varying degrees and all that kind of shit. But I don't know. At the end of the day, 3 kids are dead, and it's fucked up beyond belief, and I don't know, it's just fucking weird. I don't like the NFL because it gives you brain damage and CTE. I agree, yeah. Starting kids, like, young on that kind of thing, it really does make you wonder how much it affects their development, having had, like, concussions and things of that nature. Houston, over 100. Let's Read was so based. I don't know. Just normal, I guess. I'm just normal. Just a normal thinking person. About a quarter-mile in, we came to the surface structures, all still intact, but nothing more than a mess of brick piles and rusty I-beams. Now, I wandered around until we found a concrete stairwell, half buried under debris that led down. Now, we took it down, and the air changed right away. Cooler, damper, with that sort of rusty, stagnant water smell. I flicked on our headlamps. We flicked them. What's up, Jeremy? We flicked on our headlamps as we hit a long corridor hallway on the first sublevel. They cut cones of light through the dark as we explored side rooms full of broken machinery. There were old stains on the floor that looked like they'd never dried, the usual graffiti from previous explorers, all pretty standard stuff, really. But it didn't stay that way for long. Down on the second sublevel, we hit a hallway that branched towards the end. But since one path was blocked by a partial collapse, we took the other. Now, this took us down another flight of stairs to the third sublevel, and there, the walls were thicker, poured concrete with rebar showing in places, and Johnny said something about it feeling like a bunker, and let me tell you, he wasn't wrong. Now, not long after, we came to a set of heavy steel doors that had been forced open years ago, as in the hinges were still solid, but the locks were long gone. Beyond that, the temperature dropped by at least another few degrees, with condensation beating on the walls and our breath starting to show. Things got majorly creepy down there, and while we always had that feeling that we were somewhere we weren't supposed to be, down there it was just way more intense, you know? And then not long after, we found it. We came to a long, dark, stinking corridor with what I'm guessing were old storage rooms or something. There were maybe 10 or 12 of them, and so me, Pete, and Johnny split off and started searching them one by one and alone. Some were empty, Some had old rusted shelving units in them, which is why I took them for storage. But then out of nowhere, Pete spoke up so loud it made me jump, saying something like, guys, you should come see this. And I could tell by the tone of his voice that something was wrong from the get-go, so me and Johnny both rushed to see what he'd... Let's read, let's love. Hey Joel, late to the party, been a stressful day, gonna relax and go back to listen to the stream from the beginning. Hey, no worries, thanks for chilling. I have a beautiful black cat. He is a really beautiful, sweet boy. Sometimes when he's like sitting on my chest, like when I'm in bed and purring and stuff, I do kind of like wonder if there's some aspect of that vibration of a cat purring that does heal somebody, you know what I mean? Like internally or something. I'm not saying like vibrations of that sort do heal, but I like to think so, you know. I worked with a doctor who helped immigrants at a facility in Arizona. The only thing that I can say, we would get 300 to 500 people per day at least, and it's just one facility. It's too many people, man. Yeah, I mean, it's a big strain on the system. It's a big strain on the taxpayer, and the only person that really ends up paying for it is the middle class taxpayer. So it's just, I don't know. And I guess like the ultra wealthy get like some slave labor in certain places as well. But I don't know, dude. I mean, I get it. Like people are trying to escape shitty lives in other places, but I mean, people have described the United States or certain Western nations basically operating as like a steam valve that basically releases pressure from these other places that are just like existing in a constant state of turmoil. But at the same time, I guess you could also question whether or not those same nations' involvement in those places have caused the turmoil or perpetuate the turmoil, in which case then you would kind of think that if it was the intelligence agencies playing a big role, say in like Central South America and also the Middle East, then is it also their goal to cause destabilization with the immigration policies as well within the Western nations? I mean, it kind of seems like some sort of global approach that just doesn't really have most people's benefit in mind, both domestically and abroad. I don't know, man. Shit's crazy. Keandra Hearn, take care, good to see you. There's something with cats and their purr, amazing ass animals. I know, it's pretty cool. Normal is dope, you're my rock, you truly crazy guy. Keep up the good work, man. Thanks, appreciate you. You can say your opinion, but you're out of burner accounts. It's whatever, man, I don't know. We live in a strange world where I don't think any of my perceptions towards anything has really ever made much of a difference outside of consumer habits. I mean, decisions like immigration policies or what have you, the direction of the world, war, economic decisions, like I don't think I've ever, as like a constituent of anybody, has ever made a single ounce of difference on what is going to occur anyways. I'm not trying to be black-pilled, but maybe I just don't see it. Billionaires love open borders because they love exploiting the super cheap labor. I mean, that's a good point too. And if there is like human trafficking that goes on in other aspects, you do kind of, you know, you wonder about that as well. Every area that there's like chaos. I remember hearing like Libya, remember the whole like, we came, we saw, he died, you know, thing. And then it's like, and then it became like the hub, the world's greatest hub for human trafficking, at least at the time. And then you do wonder that with like Haiti and those, you know, the calamities there with like earthquakes and shit and just any war-torn area, you know, it just seems like it becomes a place to either like funnel money through, which would be logical, right? You can just kind of like throw money anywhere you want in a war. And then also a place where like people lose family and then you can just move them around and nobody's going to ask a single fucking question because you're, I don't know, doing it to benefit them or something. The crazy thing, a lot of people had nowhere to go. The facility would kick them out after 2 days because of their max capacity. Scary. Scary world, man. It's your border caller's B-Day, turning 11. That's awesome. It's so over it never even began. Yeah, maybe. Maybe there was no, maybe this was the plan all along. Maybe none of these nations are real and we're just kind of like all part of some long occult process that we could never really possibly comprehend or even want to know about, you know what I mean? I do get so sad when people think they can't affect the outcome of the future based on voting or speaking up or doing something in a community. It sucks to live in the timeline sometimes. Yeah, maybe I'm just black-pilled, but I mean, if you think it's going to change, I just worry that, like, it's just too easy to control both sides, to create the pendulum that leads both in the same sort of direction you want it to. This sort of problem, reaction, solution thing that they've been using since forever, right? You know, and if you have that degree of money to implement that kind of approach, it'd be so fucking simple, I imagine. Exploit immigrants for low wages using a temporary student program. I mean, that's kind of what I hear with those H-1B1 sort of processes as well. It's like you pretty much work for dirt labor, and then if you speak out, you just get sent back to India or whatever. So Moloch or Ball for the next 4 years. Yeah, you decide which, it's just too much, man. Our next CIA director went to Russia and came back like same day. Same thing happened right before Russia invaded Ukraine back in 2022. Fuck. Nations are real, but they've been constantly manipulated by the demon-worshipping elites, but that's a discussion for another time. It is hard to say. Just pay attention to their handshakes next time, right? Do the cats purr heal compared to what? No cat on your chest? You know, this one, good kitty. I don't know what you mean. She woke me up at 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and 4 a.m. today, so who knows, it's her birthday too. Oh yeah, she's aware. You gotta take her out for a 50-mile jog. It's sad when I saw families of basically nothing. All I can say is 70% of the people did come to look for a better life, but there were others who were straight up criminals. No, for sure. I mean, every aspect of the system gets exploited. And, you know, I get, once again, it just operates as that sort of like let-off valve where I suppose the sort of uprisings that might occur from those like downtrodden people never end up happening. And I don't even know, have we seen in like real time, at least in the past like 50 years, any like successful changing of government that's not like heavily involved from like intelligence agencies? I have no idea. I generally don't know if it's possible unless you get like direct support from some type of military apparatus. Who eats more, me or Pradeep? Pradeep eats pretty fucking good. Were you good at reading as a child, like exceptional or average, below average? No, when I literally didn't know how to read in general till I was like 9 or 10. I know that sounds so bad, but my parents just never like taught me how to do it, and I was so scared of it in school because I felt like an idiot. There was this one kid, and when we were like 5 years old, his name was Dylan, and he was so, like, when he would read shit on the board, I would watch him. I'd just be like, what's that say, Dylan? What's that say? What's that say? And I thought it was fucking magic. I just thought it was magic that he could look at these scribbles and know what the, you know, hieroglyphs are saying or whatever, you know. But to me, I was just like I was so embarrassed, I guess, like intimidated by the process of reading. And then randomly, like at 9 years old, I was like, oh, okay, this makes sense now. Last 50 years, but if you read on the 1848 revolutions in Europe, they failed. It directly led to a massive influx of immigrants from Germany, Italy, Poland, including my own kin. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I don't think we're ever gonna, definitely not gonna get the answers from me. I'm a fucking Goomba. My whole job is just read the things on screen. That's all I'm ever gonna know. And I have like a mild gut instinct towards something. I just got curious about that, but it's crazy. Now you get paid to read for a living. I know. Even whenever I started the channel, I just didn't even know it was necessarily a skill I had. It was just seemed like something I could. Bro was looking at hieroglyphics for half of Element. It really was. I was just like, I'd stare at it and I would just get so like embarrassed. I remember my like 3rd grade teacher, whenever we had to do like first day of, it was this Ecuadorian lady. She was so nice. And like whenever we went to the library to pick out books for like silent reading days and shit, I just like got a bunch of Dr. Seuss stuff because that was like pretty much my cap. And when she saw that all I had was Dr. Seuss and not like some chapter book or whatever, she was just like so fucking pissed. She's like, what is this? What the hell is this? You're not gonna read this. You're beyond that, you know. Like, so she definitely pushed me to, I don't know, actually do it, figure it out. The August moon is a beautiful thing. My husband has a huge telescope. It's a great view. Yeah, I heard there was supposed to be like a solar eclipse or something of that nature, or a lunar eclipse. My autistic ass learned to read at 3. My parents sucked, but my brain just figured it out. Got to skip 4th grade because I had a college reading level. Now I read like I should go back to 4th grade. Damn. Damn, I always thought like if you learn how to read like young, you could just like teach yourself anything and then you just became like a brainiac. I had to lock in before popcorn reading. Yeah. What I used to do is like as soon as it came to me for popcorn reading, I would just start bawling and shit my pants. And that usually got me out of it. I could tell by his tone of voice that something was wrong from the get-go, and so me and Johnny both rushed to see what he'd found. But nothing could have prepared us for what we saw. Nothing. They weren't large rooms, maybe 20 by 30 feet, with low ceilings and a single empty light socket. But what made this room different from the others was that it had a drain in the center. It was so clogged with silt that it was barely visible. But that wasn't what had Pete sounding so scared. It was what was in the far corner, what he had his headlamp fixed on, because bolted in the concrete were chains. These heavy galvanized chains the kind that you see on industrial equipment, ran from thick steel rings set into the walls and down to a pair of manacles on the floor. Did you have a big test? Do you have a big test coming up? Me? And like life? Dude, I'm like infinitely thankful I don't have to do any more fucking tests. These heavy galvanized chains, the kind that you see on industrial equipment, ran from thick steel rings set into the wall down to a pair of sort of handcuffs or manacles on the floor. You all need to understand what I mean when I say galvanized too, because it's when you make it so metal that it... Because it's when you make it so metal... Oh, so metal can't rust. Okay. What does that mean? Wish we could share pictures. The moon is amazing. 9,200 feet. It's the biggest blessing. It's awesome. I counted to 1,000 when I was in kindergarten. I had to figure out base 10 and just extrapolated it from there until I got bored. That's cool, man. Yeah. All of us, I guess all of us were just basically baby geniuses, but we didn't have any sort of, you know, secret German scientists to like put us through the ringer and make us into super soldiers. I'm pretty sure all of us were basically meant to be the next Albert Einstein. The next Albert Epstein. Also, I'm drinking a lot of Diet Sprite. I hope everything goes okay. I'm in the last year of my bachelor's, so in December I'll take the last tests I'll ever take, at least for the major. I'm so over business terminology. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think what's so lame about school is that you just like look back on it and you're like, well, that was fucking retarded. You know, like, you know, there's some stuff that you bury subconsciously in your head, but then when you get into a realm of like making money and you understand that like things don't happen unless you generate income, and then you're just like, holy fuck, all of college was just like some big fucking Ponzi scheme. Like, tell me why the fuck, whenever you, like, as a 18-year-old, could you ever in your life contemplate having like $100,000, $200,000 to like $400,000 or more in debt? Like, you can't contemplate that. And why does a bank give that for everything? Anything and everything, a bank can just like give it to you. A bank doesn't give people a loan to buy a house unless their credit's good and they have a good job, they check their income, all this kind of shit. And I get it, like you're investing in like the future to a degree, but you think they would start to, like the banks would start to look into, I don't even know, like the value of the degree that you're getting in general, which then would completely shape what degrees are available at certain colleges and all that kind of stuff. Now, granted, I guess just the market of the consumer who takes out the loans to go to those schools would eventually shift that in some fashion, but like, it's so strange that like banks are so obsessed with like never taking a risk on anything, but for whatever reason, almost everyone in the United States is just like pounded into their head that taking that risk is like absolutely 100% mandatory. And then most of the time you end up just like working at the fucking bar that you worked at when you got out of school, and then you work there paying off your student loans until you're fucking dead or whatever. And you legally can't default on them or whatever. I don't think you can legally declare bankruptcy on them. So what the fuck's that? Like, it just seems like it's like specifically designed to like trap you, to put you in like in your most creative and risk-taking state at 18 years old to 22 years old, when you're just like absolutely like fuck it, let's try anything. It just like sucks all of the creativity out of that age bracket. Yeah, I don't even know. It just seems so abstract and weird to me. My school is full of well-meaning professors, but WVU as a whole is just forcing us all to owe them money for loans while we work for their hospitals. You're going to go work for their hospitals? Is that what you're going to... I thought you said you were business or something. Maybe it was somebody else. You just have to wait for the government officials to suggest student loan forgiveness, and the taxpayer picks up the bill. The student still doesn't make the college gets taxpayer. Yeah, it is just like an ever-present scam, and then it intertwines itself with the government, and then the government kind of runs on that wedge issue of like student loan forgiveness, but never asks the taxpayer like, hey, do you want to pay an exorbitant amount more every year, and which then limits their mobility and their creativity and their, it's just like, it's just all such a fucking terrible idea. And for what? Just the abstract idea that school is cool. School's not fucking cool. Like if you learn something actually valuable to contribute to society, then yes, but most of it is just like absolute academic slop. Just big pile of fucking slop that means nothing. I mean, how many people when you're at college, have you ever just like looked at them and wondered to yourself, like, what are you even gonna go do? Like literally, what are you gonna go do with your fucking life? I assume nothing. What did I think of the Obsession film? I thought Obsession was awesome. I thought the sound design and Indy Navarrete's acting was like superb. I'm really excited for her to go be Rogue, because that's just like, what, you know what I mean? That's just like a dream come true. I wanted so much time and money getting a degree that will help me with nothing in the future. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's basically, if you're a parent right now, or you plan to have kids or whatever the fuck, send them off to school, you need to sit down with them. And if they're going to go off to college, it's like your responsibility as their guidance and their leader to tell them, look, this degree makes this amount of money on average, which then will pay these loans back in this time. Like, it's a fucking math equation. You know what I mean? Bro, no, most people in my college can barely do basic math, especially the nursing FEMA. No, that's hilarious, because when I was in nursing school, our math requirements were like nothing. Like, we had to take a slightly advanced form of algebra, I think, which I was able to like test out of, hey, there's Jade, what's up, dude? Long time no see. And then what's the other one? Like, I think we had to take some statistics class, and then obviously we had to do like a little bit of math and like chemistry, but like, yeah, math is not necessarily for the nurses. I feel bad to say, but at the end of the day, nurses, when I was a nurse for a while, were just basically like, we recognized pretty generic patterns in people, right? Which is good, that identifying those things and conveying it to a higher authority to make decisions, like a doctor. And we're basically just like overpaid babysitters who have to deal with people's bullshit. And then machine operators, like we operate the machines that like someone in Japan invents or whatever, which is fine. It's a good job. It's, and I'm glad it pays well at some places. FEMA has certification courses that train on one in leadership, like emergency situations. Looks good on a refund and can give you one confidence at the very least. I guess. I have no fucking clue. I want to be put in a fucking FEMA camp. That's my dream. Just got back from Greece. That's cool. What'd you do in Greasy land? That's so unfair. Business tech, I've had to do stat, advanced biz, math, calculus, and 3 accountant classes. Which kind of, I think if you look at math as like a language and how your brain starts to work, like, I know it sounds so stupid, but if you think of numbers as words, when you say a number, it's the same way that like a piece of symbology moves through your brain. So if you can do like quick math shit in your head, you eventually can think at that speed as well as like generating a degree of synapses to then convey said message to another human being. That's a benefit, I think, because then you'll, I believe, be more prepared to identify economic benefit to a client or yourself if you're trying to start a business. So maybe you'll be able to like snip, snap, snap, think faster. But at the end of the day, like the only thing that really matters to me in regards to like operating effectively within a field is just the experience that you have specifically within the field. I went to Athens just like San Francisco, no joke. That's cool. Did you see what's that one? Something of Delphi or whatever the fuck, where everybody gets high and sees God for a second? I can do up to pre-algebra and didn't realize how smart I was until I had to literally teach an adult to do a day program I went to, and it made me feel good about teaching it. Yeah, there's a lot of things I realized whenever I went to like, when I was in high school. Like I generally thought I just like sucked ass at writing. I just thought that I was trash. And I thought that way ever since I was in 7th grade. I just thought I was trash at writing. And then I got to college and took a bunch of writing classes and just like got A's in all of them. And my professor would like talk to me about how much he liked it. And it was weird. It was a weird like eye-opening experience of like, oh fuck, I guess I do know how to put words on paper. Did I fart? I farted out of my mouth. When I skipped 4th grade, I missed long division. I was fucked from there on out. But if you think of all math in terms of money, I can understand it. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, bro, it's just instincts. Instincts and experience, you know. Let the fucking computers do the long division for you. Unless you want to be like Tom Hanks whenever he's trapped on that island in Castaway and somehow can like count the lunar days to know exactly what fucking year it is. Even though that has nothing to do with anything, but the Oracle that hasn't been one since Emperor Julian the Apostate. That's alright. I think Jade is now the new Oracle. I went from social science to STEM, and boy did I have to relearn how to, especially in math. It's all good, man. When you look back on it all, you just have to ask yourself, did any of it fucking matter? Could you have taken me and just like thrown me into this field and been an apprentice to whoever the fuck and like learned it in like 6 months? Probably. We would probably save our nation like so much money in debt. But then you realize that there's people that really, really like it when you're in debt to them. Well, sir, did you see the new GTA leak? I don't know much about it. I kind of want to avoid it as much as possible. I just want to enjoy the game when it comes out for what it is and not know anything about it. I hope it's good. You know, I hope it's just like a solid fucking 9.9 out of 10. And I think tomorrow there's going to be that Netflix thing where they do an extended whatever. Who knows? Maybe that was literally all it was just some big marketing process to get people to eventually look at the trailer to see where they're at. I can't do Algebra 1, by the way. Just do pre-algebra, try the Algebra 1, but too hard for me to catch on to. How is there any difference between Algebra 1 and pre-algebra? Like, it's just the same fucking shit. I'm sure you could figure it out, bro. Dude, math is so stupid because it's math. All math is just like learning a language. Like, you just do it once, and you do it again, and then you do it 9,000 times, and eventually you kind of like know how to speak Spanish a little bit, you know? But people, the expectation on people's brains to like learn math in such a short period of time, that's the part that makes them say that they can't understand math. But in reality, it's just that maybe they need to figure out new systems to more effectively teach that repetition to people in a short period of time, you know? And just like tell your students, like, do this exact thing, and I'll show you how to do it. You know, there needs to be better systems instead of just making people feel stupid all the time. You all need to understand what I mean when I say galvanized, too, because it's when you make it so metal can't rust. So while everything else down there was all rusty and rotten, the chains shined under the light of our headlamps, meaning whoever drilled them into the wall did so long after that fact. Meaning whoever drilled them into the wall did so long after the factory closed down. Those handcuffs, those handcuffs or shackles, whatever you want to call them, that were attached were open, but the metal showed smooth spots from where something had been rubbing against them for a long, long time. Next to them was a second set, slightly smaller, but in the same good condition, and that was the first thing that made me feel the hairs on my penis stand up. Fuck, dude, I can't make it through a single thing. Do you ever run out of stories? Yeah. This is actually the last story set before we're just out forever, so I hope everyone's okay, this being my last video of all time. I'll put it out tomorrow, put it up on Patreon, and then we're just kind of done. Channel's over. GG's, y'all. Appreciate you hanging with me for years. Next to them was a second set, slightly smaller but in the same good condition, and that was the first thing that made me feel like the hairs on my arms were standing up. They weren't theatrical or decorative, they were practical. The bolts were driven so deep that the concrete around them was cracked from the force of installation, from where someone had made damned sure that they were going to hold. The floor under those handcuffs were darker than the rest. The floor under those handcuffs were darker than the rest, and so I crouched down with my light to take a closer look. The surface was pitted, like it had been scrubbed hard at some point and then left alone, like someone had tried and failed to escape. We didn't speak for like a full minute, and then Johnny was the one who noticed the stuff on the walls. He swept his headlamp across the far wall, and then it suddenly stopped. And then it... Wait, what? For last video ever. Thanks, Tannen. Appreciate you. I'm just kidding. I'm one of those jokey joke guys. I just can't take nothing seriously, y'all. Just kidding. I'm gonna do Let's Read till I'm basically killed by a crazy fan. Just kidding. Please don't kill me. How should I die? How do you guys think I should die? You think I should live to be old? Studies apparently show people who are strong in mathematics are weaker in languages and vice versa. Not as many people are strong in both, so I've read. Wonder what the definition of languages would be. If you just mean like conveying information to people or like linguistic connections. Hope everybody's doing well. Gotta get back to work. Cheers. No worries, Pete. Good to see you. Dr. Strangle Love. My #1 fan. He swept his headlamp across the far wall, then it suddenly stopped. Then when me and Pete looked, we saw the concrete there was covered in all these shallow carvings. Now these weren't the usual tags and dates left by other explorers. These were whole words and sentences that looked like they'd been scratched into the brickwork by a nail or a piece of broken metal. Some were faint and looked like they'd almost been weathered away by the damp. But... Checking in from Austin, Texas. First time, long time. Miss you, brother. Thanks, Lambda. Good to see you, dude. How's it going in Tejas? Weathered by damp. Okay, guys. Remind me after this story I have to go take a whiz. A waz. My sister was strong enough in every subject. She literally always had straight A's. Yeah, I don't know, man. School, like, it's so weird. Like, what is school? You're just there. You're just fucking there, and then someone tells you how to do what to do and how to do something. It's really just a really abstract concept to me, to where it's, I mean, I guess, I don't know. You're at school, your parents are at work, you finish school, you go to work. I know these are like, I'm 14 and these thoughts are deep type shit, but when was the last time I was sick? Don't jinx me, bro. I'm due for one, and the weather's about to change. I might be fucked. I speak 3 languages, so it's a benefit, and I can understand like 3 other ones fully, but sort of. It's hot. That's how it is in Texas. Hell yeah, dude. How do you feel about being a godparent? Like if they're little and pretty good kids, 7, 2, and I mean, I am a godparent to my brother's kid. I got a little bit of a scare recently where I had a pregnancy scare. No, I'm just kidding. Like I got a little bit of a scare where like he's not the most fit for parenting or whatever due to some issues, but then like the kid's, my nephew's mom had some health issues, and I would like legitimately thought like, oh fuck, if she dies and then he's like fucked up all the time, I'm like, I have to take care of this crazy little guy. And I like that. I don't know. I don't think I could handle that shit. It's a completely valid question. Read up on the first of the Prussian military academy system, then read up on Carnegie. That will explain what school is. Yeah, well, yeah, what's the Prussian military? Does anywhere in the rest of the world besides like villages and stuff like do school systems like they operate fine just the way we do, but they're just a completely different educational process? Hey, see you, Moonlit. Good to see you. I get my germs out of the way with my nephews after Christmas when they go back to school. Yeah, shit's so annoying. Like, why do we always have to have like at least one sickness? You think our bodies would just like have it figured out by now? I'd be so fucked if my brother died. He adopted 7 kids, then had 1 biologically, and I'm the godparent to them all. Ugh. That's crazy. I don't even know if like just me as like a single person would be like a good environment for my nephew to just like grow up in. Like I think he would need like some sort of familial thing to exist within. And never been outside of the US. Oh, well, I was just curious since you brought up that. I mean, you don't need to be outside of the US to like know stuff about stuff, I guess. Disappear. Yeah, I just disappear. Some were faint and looked like they'd almost been weathered away by the damp. But others were deeper, with jagged letters that made it look like the person had pressed really hard to make their mark. There was a bunch of different stuff, but the ones that really stick with me, the ones I can remember clear as day, were these. The first said something like, "Tell Marie I love her," which was kind of heartbreaking as well as terrifying because did Marie know what happened to whoever was kept down there? Did she think he just walked out on her when really he was down there, all alone and in the dark? I didn't dwell on it too much in the moment. I really couldn't, because the next second my eyes found the words. It said, "I'm sorry, Mom." Johnny and Pete were each seeing their own spine-chilling carvings, and I remember Johnny saying, "Oh my God, dude," when he saw one which said, "Can't remember the sky." It wasn't all the same handwriting either, meaning it hadn't just been one person. It had been a lot of them, over a long period of time. The last one I saw before I was like, we need to leave, was, "Don't let them get the kids." Because, well, who the hell were they, you know? But seeing as whoever down there knew that they went after kids, I didn't feel like getting a personal introduction, and so that was very much our cue to leave. But on the way out, Pete was talking about dates that he saw from the 70s and 80s, at least if the numbers were right. And he also said that he saw a spot where someone had carved these little marks, groups of 5, these tallies, stretching in long, uneven lines. He said he counted past 60 before he stopped. And Johnny said the worst one that he saw just came to this one name, Georgie, repeated over and over until the surface sort of flaked. There were no bodies, no clothes, no personal items beyond the chains and the scratches, but the implication was clear enough. People had been kept prisoner there in a place designed to keep noise in and people out. If you screamed down there, who would hear it? The nearest house was probably a mile or 2 or more. Oh, Joel, you would love it. A video game and a gym buddy. No. I mean, if it was, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, like, being a dad. But, I mean, just the... Like, that would be the definitive thing that my... Like, the definitive selfish action... Like, the final selfish action of my, like, brother would be like, here you go. Here's my child. You take it. Like, and I don't know. It's nothing against, you know, the little one at all. It's just it would just be like a complete flipping upside down of life. There's an anime kind about someone adopting their niece. It's called Journal with Witch, and it's good, and I'm gonna cry. That's cool. So when you turn 65, you should pass down the Let's Read channel to your son. That would be actually pretty cool. I wonder if that's even possible. Kids will completely change the way you think about everything. I was the craziest son bitch ever until my son was born. So much work for 15 years later. I wouldn't change a thing. Yeah, no, I mean, I would have my own children, but to like suddenly have to adopt somebody else's, where like the child is completely conditioned to that individual, and then all the various other issues that would go along with that. Because I mean, obviously, I don't know. I'm thinking way too much about it. There's really this is not a scenario that's going to happen, but you get the idea. It would just be catastrophic. People always say it's my bro or family. I'm talking about themselves. I'm not talking about myself. I don't have any kids. Upside down weed. Why doesn't anyone flip me upside down as an adult like they did to me as a kid? I'm never picked up randomly either. I know, it's kind of lame. I did kind of have someone who seemed like they were on drugs walk up to me in the grocery store, and they like, it was so weird because like the way they walked, I was walking, and then they like started walking backwards in front of me and like kind of like put their face in front of me like they were trying to sell me drugs or something, but we're in a fucking grocery store. And they're like, you look like the kind of guy that would know this. And I was like, what? And he's like, do you know where? And it was like some food thing. And I was like, oh yeah, it's probably over here. And then I showed him, I don't even know. He was just, he looked like he was fucking whacked down on fucking something. Most cultures had to care for other people's kids. Everyone's a king with home shit's new. Well, yeah, I mean, if I was like part of a fucking village or whatever, and I had been like actively part of the process of like raising and involved in someone's life, but to suddenly have it thrust into your face would just be obviously a lot, right? You know, I would do my best, I guess. Do my own 2 men and a baby and move in with them. Yeah, let's do it. If you screamed down there, who would hear it? The nearest house was probably a mile or more through fields and woods. And then at night, with the wind, you'd have to be standing on top of the place to even have a chance of hearing anyone. The ride back was a heavy one, and I think we all stayed silent for maybe 20 minutes once we got back to the car and back on the road. And I kept coming back to that one message that said, "Tell Marie I love her." Maybe it was written by someone who still thought that there might be a future where the message got delivered, or maybe by someone who needed to say it, even if it never would get delivered. And then after a while, it was Pete who said quietly, "We have to call this in." And so we did. The next morning, I drove to the nearest police station. State police post and told them what we'd found and where. The trooper who took the report was polite, but what stayed with me was how totally unshocked this guy seemed. It was like it wasn't the first time that he'd heard about someone finding something like that. He said that they'd send someone to check it out, and I left my contact info, and then about a week later I got a call from a detective. Now, we started off by asking a few clarifying questions. Stuff like how we got in, whether we'd moved anything, or if we'd seen any recent signs of activity. And I answered straight, admitting that we were trespassing, but he made it clear that they weren't interested in anything we'd done, so long as it was only trespassing. And I told him everything, from the change to the scratches on the wall, and how we all figured something really bad had been happening down there. And that detective agreed, said he'd look into it, and said that he'd call back if he had any more questions. But that was the last time we spoke. It was obviously on our minds for quite a while after, and kept on thinking that it'd be just one more day until the detective called back or some big story broke in the news. But I'll be honest, nothing happened. No news stories, no missing person cases linked to the factory. You guys would help me. For a second I thought you said I drove to the nearest PlayStation. I drove to the nearest PlayStation 5 and I started straight up cranking 90s. If the dude asked you where the protein powder was, he thinks you're swole. Yeah. What a nice guy. It is kind of interesting, my newest coach. It was actually insane. Like I got like a new trainer, and like we related to our appreciation of a very niche powerlifting creator by the name of Clarence O, or Clarence Kennedy. He's Irish, and it was really funny because like the most random thing that we both knew who that was, and the fact that my trainer has literally traveled to Romania to basically train with the one guy that's like friends with Clarence Kennedy, who does, I forget what his name is, but he competed in the Olympics for like Olympic weightlifting and that kind of thing. And my trainer says very nice things regarding my body, so thank you for that. No one ever really goes out of the way to tell you that you look good, which is interesting, but I know I'm paying him, but I swear he was saying it for realsies, so that was nice of him. Ladies, are y'all eating your 30 grams of protein a day? 30 fucking grams? What are you talking about, bro? You need at least probably like 130. A white dude named Clarence. Okay then. Well, he's like, I think he's half Irish, half Filipino. But he's a content creator. He lives in Ireland, and he does like tricking, which is kind of like parkour and like flips and shit. And then he's like incredibly strong. Like ever since he was young, he's always been incredibly strong related to powerlifting. Now, granted, I think he was on quite a few. He was cycling through quite a bit of steroids that he was, fucking deadlifting 700 pounds and front or power cleaning and jerking 400 and something. Polar bear 130. Bro, dude, go talk to AI right now. Tell it your exact dimensions, your weight, what at your height, and then ask it how much protein you should be having, and dude, I'm telling you, 30 grams is like literally one fucking drink, you know what I mean, from like the gas station. You need to have so much more protein than fucking just 30. Kid can, and we'll be brutally honest too, like had kids tell me I talk weird when they ask me to stop talking weird. Why do I talk weird? I have a speech impediment due to deafness. Oh yeah, kids always love to say that shit, don't they? Hello my peoples. Joel, please don't get so big that you stop the live videos. I mean, I honestly, my channel doesn't really grow anymore, like, in the sense of like a trajectory, you know what I mean? I think my channel has very much hit that sort of just steady as she goes sort of viewership. Yeah, 0.75 grams per kilo of body weight, so. He's your favorite fitness influencer, Joel. Mine's probably Chris Herrera. I really liked Eric Bugenhagen as well. Just guys who are like do really ridiculous lifts and are like super, super strong. He never met the white Clarence. I mean, I think Clarence is like maybe a more common name in Ireland, right? It's a whole different place. And I don't really think you're going to find a lot of, African heritage in Ireland the same way you might with the United States or whatever. The final boss of protein. Mike Metzer's goated. Yeah, I love Mike. I feel so bad that he died. I mean, I guess some people said he was on like meth as well, but that kind of seems to be what happens. Like they just kind of fuck themselves up with like ongoing drug usage. I mean, Rich Piana. Does anybody remember Rich Piana? He was funny as shit, bro. His videos were so funny. He just was like such a, you know what I mean? They called him the super mutant And that's kind of what he looked like. He just looked like a monstrous mutant man. And just every day was just like lifting, eating, fuck yeah. Like he would take like these giant bubble wrap things that he would get when he would order stuff and then just like pop them, be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's just like, what the fuck is he doing? He's just appreciating the small things, I guess, like popping bubble wrap, but it is what it is. 1.37 million isn't enough. No, I'm very thankful for where I am on YouTube. I'm just saying, like, as far as someone said, don't get so big that you stop doing live streams, but like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, the growth is not really going to go much. Like, the speed at which I got to 1 million is definitively not how it's going to be for like 2 million, so it's fine. Sam Solik and Chris Bumstead, yeah, those guys are obviously goated. Have you seen the Liver King stuff? Not recently. I know he got like arrested or whatever, and he's just like basically lost his fucking mind. But that's kind of how it goes. It's like they get on steroids. People are also on other drugs, and then they go nuts, which is fine. Chocolate starfish are full of protein. They are delicious, but sometimes they have diseases in them. But nothing happened. No news stories, no missing person cases linked to the factory complex, and it was like it wasn't even a big deal. And sometime after, Pete drove past the access road that we used and said the entrance looked exactly the same. No new barriers, no crime scene, tape, nothing at all to indicate what the cops had found down there. We figured the cops must have gone down, checked it out, and decided there wasn't enough to open a full investigation, and I guess that's true. All we found were some chains and some scratches on the wall. Not enough for a case, but the implications to me were terrible beyond imagining. And we stopped exploring for a while after that. Not completely permanently, but there was a definite cool-off period. Pete and Johnny still go out on trips sometimes, and sometimes I join them, but these days it's mostly camping trips and to nice safe places too, and not just because we're so much older now. But the last few URBEX trips we were... Oh my god, I gotta piss so bad. I just gotta read one fucking paragraph. I gotta piss so bad, I got the chills. I've got the chills. What's up, Mirza? How we doing, dude? Yeah, welcome. If you're new to the channel, we're just recording stories for tomorrow, which will go up on the normal upload days, Mondays and Thursdays. I gotta take a huge piss. We gotta read this one thing. Rest in peace, Tim Curry. The last few URBEX trips that we went on just didn't feel the same anymore, and I remember this subtle feeling that maybe our luck had finally run out. We avoided anything with multiple sub-levels too, because God knows that once was enough. The place is still out there, I guess, at least as far as I know, in which case so will those scratches too, the ones that said, "Tell Marie I love her," and "I'm sorry, Mom." Written by people who had time to think about what mattered most, while the rest of the world above kept on spinning without them. Oh, ChatGPT recommended you? Related to what? Like scary story channels? Also, I gotta go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Be nice to each other. Holy shit. So much better. Life is so much better when piss is not in your body. It's outside of your body. The pee that took a poop. Does he need anybody to hold it? Yeah, I sure hope so. Alright. Piss finds a way. Do I wear a piss bag? I should. Every stream I should just put a catheter in me until I get a UTI or something. Self-induced. I've been using the same catheter every day. Do you remember when you hit 1 million subs? Yeah, I don't even know how long ago that was. Was that 2020? I have no fucking clue. Oh, it's fucking weird though. What even is anything at all? Who knows? Yo, for UK Creepy Stories 8 was a rapid viewer of Mr. Nightmares and Mr. Balan. Yo, for UK Creepy Stories 8 was a... What are you talking about? Sorry. Dr. Pepper bottle, Coca-Cola glass, I don't give a damn. Okay. Story 2-0. It's, that's Hispanic for 2. That would actually be funny, like, to claw... I feel like that's like a Yo Mama joke in there somewhere, like, Yo Mama pissed so stanky, she clogged the toilet with her urine. Or, she clogged the toilet with her pee-pee. I don't know, you get the idea. Maybe she used too much toilet paper. I don't know, maybe she has, like, clumps of... never mind. I saw you had a couple of videos about abandoned places and urban exploration, and I figured if anyone might get what happened to us down there, it's you. I don't need some shout out, I just need to get this out somewhere that isn't another therapy session or a dead group chat. And just for some context, this was back when I was 24 and living in a cheap apartment outside Grand Rapids with 2 buddies from high school, their names being Jason and Derek. We'd been into URBEX for a couple of years, nothing too crazy, because around Michigan, we had plenty of places to choose from that didn't require ropes or respirators. I'm talking about old factories, shut down schools, empty rail yards, that kind of thing. But then, we heard about the underground reservoir and cistern complex. It seemed like a suitable step up, a way to up the risk-reward ratio without too much risk. And the place wasn't even all that bad either in terms of finding our way in and around it. But driving out there, we had no idea that it was going to... My URBEX team. You're part of my URBEX team. Remember that old TV show, Yo Mama? Yo Mama. Was it with Nick Cannon or... Dude, you don't know Mr. Ballin? No, I do. I just didn't understand what your comment was saying. Sorry. Like, for UK Creepy Stories 8 was a rapid viewer. So you're saying like you were looking for creepy stories. You were a big viewer of Mr. Nightmare, Mr. Ballin, and then it recommended me after, which is cool. Appreciate that. Yeah, I saw, Mr. Ballin was on Joe Rogan, talking about the headless horseman of Notre Dame Pass, or whatever. It was on MTV with Will Valderrama. Damn, I haven't heard that name in forever. I tried to watch, did I mention I tried to watch the Jackass, like, the latest movie, Jackass whatever, and it kind of sucked. Not to be mean to them or anything like that, but they showed a bunch of like old skits, and it wasn't like unseen stuff, it was just like the best of, and then all the new stuff was just sort of like them involving their, like, sticking shit in their ass or, like, pooping in a bag or their wieners were out, which is fine. I get it, but it was just, there was something about it that felt, like, sad. And Mr. Bond's going to be on the Joel Rogan show soon. Yeah, I'll have him on as a guest. Old Jackass is the best. It was insane. Now, I'll be honest with you, the beginning of that Jackass movie was nuts, because I think it was an unseen clip that I'd not seen before, where Johnny Knoxville puts on, like, a Kevlar vest, and, you know, obviously don't do this at home, but he, like, shot himself with a revolver in the chest with the Kevlar vest on, and it didn't affect him at all, you know. No, it was, like, point blank with a shitty Smith & Wesson or whatever, but at the same time, like, the tension that I felt in that moment was, like, crazy, that I thought, like, oh, this movie gonna be good. They're 60-year-olds still doing Jackass. Yeah, that was kind of the sad part, like, seeing them have gray hair, just coming back for a paycheck. How old is Johnny Knoxville? Age 55, yeah. What about Steve-O? Steve-O, age 52. And then Chris Pontius, age 52. Well, they look damn good for 52. Let's just point that out. Chris Pontius, there's something about his eyes, though. It's like, he was always one of my favorite jackasses, but, like, he also seems like he's taken the most hallucinogenics and has kind of disconnected himself from reality a little bit. But driving out there, we had no idea that it was going to be the last place we ever visited as a team. The place was mentioned in a whole bunch of local history forums, and there was even the occasional Reddit thread on it too that showed up in our Google searches. Most of those Reddit posts came with a warning about flooding or the potential for structural collapse, but we figured that if we took things slow and made sure that there were no heavy rain forecasts for the day of our trip, we'd most likely be good. Officially speaking, the site had been decommissioned decades ago as part of an old municipal water system that got replaced in the 60s or 70s. But while the brick and mortar buildings were mostly gone, the underground chambers were all still there, half hidden under a patch of woods outside the city limits. We read that inside, the place was a maze of concrete tunnels holding tanks and cisterns, some of them still holding standing water. And then once the location of the entry hatch was confirmed, we were just about itching to get going. I mean, the place sounded cool as hell, and since we'd ticked off a ton of other places already, we went in guns a-blazing. Now, 4 of us went in on a Saturday in late October. It was me, Jason, Derek, and our other friend Chris. Chris was the one who'd done most of the research on the place, so it was him who found the entrance coordinates, and him who had been checking over flood reports and old engineering maps. And so it was also him who warned us to bring extra headlamps, ropes, and plenty of waterproofing for our electricals. And the plan was simple. Get in, work our way through the complex, and then get out before dark. We knew the risks too. Hypothermia, bad air, etc., but we weren't stupid. Because while we were far from what you might call pros, we sure as hell weren't headed down there to party, you know what I mean? And once we'd walked out into the woods and found that hatch, we found it open onto a vertical shaft complete with a corroded metal ladder. It dropped maybe 20 feet into a dry antechamber, and then from there, the tunnel started to branch. We marked our path. This stream's actual fire. Thanks, dude. We're setting everything on fire. Jackass movie were prime brain rot material back in the day. They were great, you know. And it's so crazy. I guess, like, time really does go by fucking fast. Seeing those guys in their 50s, like, they were the coolest guys ever whenever I was in, like, high school and fucking college and shit. But time moves on. And now, who's the coolest? Guys, who's the coolest guy on the internet right now? Who do you guys think? Excuse me. Shopping car stunts worth a Rolex? Yeah. I don't even know. I really do wonder how much they get paid. That's a good question. How much money do the guys on Jackass get paid? How would you feel, Mr. Joel, if I told you I'm listening to this on a VR headset? That's fucking sweet. I wish I could, like, provide some type of VR experience. Like, look around and you can see the rest of the pool. The first Jackass movie was, like, 2002. Holy shit. 24 years later. Derek Washington. Yeah, I know that guy. Derek Washington here. You're the only person I pay money to. Oh, thank you. Chilling Scares. Love the way he talks. That's cool. I don't think I've ever actually watched any of his stuff. He kind of sounds like Mr. Nightmare. Okay, the pay on Jackass has varied wildly depending on the era and the cast member. There isn't a reliable public salary sheet for everybody, but Steve-O has talked pretty openly about it. When the original MTV show started in 2000, the lesser-known guys were making almost nothing. Steve-O says he got paid per bit, not per episode, about $200 for a comedy/prank bit, and $500 for something genuinely dangerous. He said he made less than $1,500 after taxes for the entire first season. It's crazy. Things improved quickly once the show became a hit. Steve-O had said his first check covering work on seasons 2 and 3 was $10,000, which at the time felt like a fortune to him. And for the movies, compensation became much more substantial and complicated. The stars could receive an upfront fee plus back-end profit participation. Steve-O explained that on Jackass 3D, back-end payments were prioritized roughly Johnny Knoxville first, Bam Margera second, Steve-O third, which gives you an idea of the cast hierarchy financially. For Jackass Forever specifically, exact salaries hadn't been publicly confirmed. Steve-O has said that historically he basically accepted whatever he was offered without negotiating, but that Forever negotiations were different and tougher. Damn. The crazy part is that they were doing some of the most dangerous stuff during the period when they were getting paid the least. That is insane. That actually is insane. It sucks that they weren't able to negotiate like a cut of like how much the movie's like grossed or whatever. They have enough money. It's attention. I don't even know though, like, so like later Jackass movies, likely 6 or 7 figures for major stars plus back. Yeah, I guess it took them till like movie 4 to like make a 6 to 7 figure possibility. Almost certainly by far the highest paid Johnny Knoxville, yeah. Joe, have you seen a time traveler on Instagram who claims he's from the year 2005? No, what's he saying? He traveled forward in time? What's the point of that? How's that supposed to even trick anybody? Yeah, I'm assuming like the Jackass cast, like hopefully you just leverage it over to like a podcast or whatever and make money that way. We marked our path with chalk on the walls the way we always did, but a little more wary that time since we could hear water dripping deeper down the tunnels. We spent about an hour exploring the upper levels, checking out empty holding tanks and pipe galleries with valves that hadn't turned in decades. And then there was all the graffiti from previous explorers, some of which looked at least a decade old. And the graffiti was everywhere, man. Like people had obviously used the place as a regular spot for years and years, but then once we got to the lower cistern section, all the graffiti just sort of stopped. The floor slanted down into the dark, and there the concrete was so slick that there were algae and mineral deposits growing on the walls and floors. At the bottom was a large chamber, roughly circular, maybe 40 feet across, and the water inside of it was black. No, I'm not talking like dark gray or murky. I'm talking oily, coal dust black, and so black it didn't reflect our lights the way normal water does. It just sort of swallowed them. The surface was perfectly still except for occasional slow ripples that seemed to start from nowhere. But the smell was awful. That metallic, stagnant water smell with a kind of rotten egg back to it. Back to it. Rotten egg back to it. For the love of the game. Even Conan still got a podcast. Yeah, I mean, podcasts are just the best thing because at the end of the day, I think most of these Hollywood people realize that, as a star of something, unless you're like huge, you don't often get paid a lot of money. You don't have a lot of room to negotiate, and you basically have to pay a bunch of other people to eventually get to that paycheck, and then you pay taxes, and it sucks. But within the realm of like podcasting and independent content creation, you basically have like consistent paychecks, and they all go to you primarily outside of like what YouTube takes or your podcast platform takes and that kind of thing. So it does make a lot of sense for like these lesser known celebrities who are like known. But have you ever watched Fish Tank? I've seen a lot of like clips from Fish Tank, but I don't know why. Like, there's some parts of it that look enticing, but I'll be honest, like there's not a lot that there's not a lot about it that seems like particularly exciting, if that makes sense. And I'm not trying to put it down. I just I feel like it would be one of those shows where if they threw together like a documentary at the end of each season, I would watch that, you know, for the funny parts from that. But I don't even recall like any like clips from it that really stick out, because you think like, I remember like Airsoft Fatty, you know that guy? Like Airsoft Fatty fell down some steps the one time, and I think they showed it in slow motion, like him falling down steps as well, and that was very funny. I mean, I feel bad laughing at him, but he was just like a very funny character. If you choose to assemble a new Jackass team, which Hollywood celebrities would you include? And definitely out Kevin Hart there. Maybe Sam Hyde, Charles Carroll, Nick Rochefort, Eric Hayden. Those would be the primary Jackass crew from Hollywood. We'll see what happens. Joel, is the XP different tonight? I don't know how it works, bro. It's just a stupid thing that means nothing, so don't even fret. It's just like made up. I mean, if there is like something for Fish Tank where I could like go watch it and kind of get like the, you know, the full feeling of it, maybe it would like entice me to check it out. But the idea of like watching it 24/7, if that's what it is, maybe I just don't fully understand it, and maybe they haven't marketed it as well as they should. I'm not trying to put them down or anything, because I'm not like a marketer for my shit. But hey Joel, approximately how long does it take you to edit and narrate a story before it's ready to post? Obviously depends on how long the story is, but average. I mean, honestly, some of the streams can take like 3 to 4 hours, but then whenever I was editing stuff, it would just like take me another 2 to 3 hours. So I mean, sometimes like total time for videos and all that kind of stuff were 5 to 6 hours, so it's really not a whole lot. Now I have like an editor that I send my files to, who were like briefly on vacation, but they should be back to get that they should be back soon to get the bonus content edited. They do documentary style videos after each season, but it takes years. I guess that makes sense, because it's like you have to make the documentary just as interesting or have its little like intricacies and edit. Yeah, that's tough to keep up with. Yeah, I haven't seen much. I mean, I guess I watched what the hell was it? World Peace season 2, and that was pretty good. Like there were some of those that were really, really good. I'll be honest, like Eric Hayden might be like their like newer member of that crew. Probably would be like one of the best performing, I would say, in their. I don't know. There's something about him. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, him as like an actor, if he just like randomly like could sneak into an actual Hollywood set and just be like an extra, and then like work his way up to like a legitimate position on a show. I could see him actually doing pretty well, and then them also just like having no idea of his background, which would make it even funnier. But the smell was awful. That metallic, stagnant water smell with a kind of rotten egg back to it. And Chris was kind of lagging behind by the time we walked along the water's edge. And then as the rest of us got to the end of the walkway and up onto drier concrete, he stayed back to take a closer look. I looked back at him to sort of say, "Yo, Chris, come on, man," because Derek and Jason were starting to move. And then the second I turned my head back, I heard the splash. 1 second he was there, and the next he was in the water up to his chest, thrashing and yelling. Derek and I ran back down straight away, but Jason stopped to drop his pack and grab the rope that he brought along, and thank God too, you know? Because even though we could reach him, his hands were just too freaking slippery to get a grip. The concrete lip was rounded and slick as well, so there was no getting out that way either, and I just remember all of us sort of panicking as his headlamp beam was going this way and that away as he thrashed around in the water. He was shouting stuff too, but the water and the echoes made it hard to hear, and for a split second, I thought that I was about to watch one of my best friends just drowned in that sewer. But then out of nowhere, and like a goddamn hero that he was, Jason threw Chris that rope. And once he tied a strong loop into it, then seconds later, Chris was out of the water. It took all three of us, but I swear we pulled with enough force that he just about flew up onto the concrete ledge, coughing and spitting as I felt the rope burn blisters. Rope burn blip. The rope burn blibber. I felt the rope burn blibber. What's up, Nene? Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, 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 oh yeah. It's just the Kool-Aid guy smashing through a wall over and over again. Alright. It took all three of us, but I swear we pulled with enough force that he just about flew up onto that concrete ledge, coughing and spitting as I felt the rope burn blisters coming up on my hands. I didn't feel much pain at the time, though. I was too focused on Chris, how he was coughing and shaking with the black water streaming off of his jacket and pants. Water which left dark stains on the concrete that didn't look like regular dirty water, more like oil mixed with soot. And we got Chris onto solid ground and then started stripping the wet layers off of him. He was pale, and his teeth were chattering hard, and then once he was able, he started talking fast and loud about how something grabbed his ankle and pulled him in. I actually laughed, thinking it was Chris using his sense of humor to keep us from losing his marble. I'm losing my freaking marbles, man. I'm gonna lose my freaking marbles. How many stories that you post do you think that are 100% legit? Obviously, there's some that just cannot be completely real. I'd say we put them through a legitness AI, and the AI always says every story that I get is 99.999% totes magoats legit. Have you seen the movie Side Effects, the Lancey Clancy documentary? No, is that they already have one? Jesus Christ, they speedrun these fucking documentaries, bro. I guess if it's like a YouTube documentary, then they usually get put together in like a overnight. That's fucking crazy. Do you have a favorite alternative band you used to listen to? I mean, back in the day, I really liked Chevelle. When I was in like 5th grade, I was obsessed with like Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit! DMX! John Otto! Take him to the Matthews Bridge! Can you feel it? Can you feel it? It was so fucking stupid, but it was really fun to listen to. Didn't someone propose through a story a bit ago? Does anyone know if they said yes? I think they killed each other. I think it was Lindsay Clancy, actually. There was that proposal through a Let's Read video. I put one of the crazy frequencies in the video. I don't know. Do you guys ever notice that when I put crazy frequency in a video, it like when you listen to it, it makes you a little nuts? I know like most people said like they fall asleep to it, but I want you to be aware that I put a little bit of a certain 420 hertz, aka the brown note, and you either end up with diarrhea or you become murderous. But I've had Send the Pain Below stuck in my head for about 2 days solid. That's amazing. Yeah, I really like Chevelle. Chevelle was sick back in the day. There was, I don't know, there was something about like how hard it went, but I also just loved the acapella. I don't even know. The singing was just, it was on point. I noticed an audio tone shift randomly. Oh no, I was just joking. There's no like psycho note or anything like that, or brown note. I mean, the editor does kind of like make things sound more like the podcast now, so please do give me feedback. Fred Dust Rock, still love those guys. Yeah, I wonder if he still performs. Yeah, I'm turning all of you guys into secret sleeper cells. You guys have no idea, but I could activate you at any moment, and America would be pretty much back to the good old days of whenever Pizza Hut had good deals. Half off stuffed crust. All your crusts would be stuffed in half a second. Oh yeah, Incubus. I love Incubus, man. Incubus is so fucking good. It's crazy because I try to listen to some of their newer stuff, and I see what they look like, and I think there's just something about people when they create art at the age of, and maybe it's just because I was younger and heavily influenced by people who are like older, right, in your like whatever age. But I don't know what it is. Like a lot of those bands, they make stuff later and it just doesn't carry the same like creative weight. And maybe that's what happens. Maybe when you're in your 20s, you're poor. You know, your incentivization as like a 20-something-year-old when you're poor and you're creating stuff as a dude or whoever is a lot of different things. Like a lot of it's just like psychosexual. It's like you're trying to like attract somebody, but it's like you're also trying to express yourself in a sort of vain, you know, pushing back against whatever you perceive society to be. But then also you don't have any money, so you like want to create something that's going to make you money. And then I guess like when you're older, all of that just like kind of falls off, and your incentives to create good art just kind of fall out the window. Unless you're Brian Eno. In that case, you just make the most amazing fucking ambient bullshit forever. Joe, do you feel like a useful idiot when paranormal crap happens to you when you do paranormal stories? A useful idiot? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you think like I'm being baited into allowing the scary, spooky ghost to attach to me or something, and they're using me? They're using my supple boy body. Hey Joel, been listening to you for the last 3 years. Helped me get through my previous and recent job. First time I actually made it to one of your streams. Working overnights can be killer. Dude, I can imagine. I worked as an overnight nurse for years, and it took me a long time to break out of that cycle. But it was like 3 days of just like getting my shit straight, and yeah, life is a lot better when you're on day shift. But I'm sorry. You gotta do it if you gotta do it, but thank you for listening, friend. As a listener, your tastes also change. That's true too. It's true. Also, it's like basically, like, do you really expect people who are Markiplier fans to be Markiplier fans forever? Come on. Maybe they do. I don't know. They're using my loosh. They're sucking my loosh out of all of my orifices. Who knows, man? They could be just harvesting so much loosh. Apparently the best loosh is love. So if you guys love each other, you are making our overlords. They're eating good. Do you remember your tiny slice school pizza parties? Tiny slice? Dude, we had the biggest slices. No, pizza parties were the shit, though. They were cool. And I feel like we rarely got them. But when we did. Dude, the one thing I missed, there was this weird transition from like, don't you love, there's always like when you for some reason go from 9 years old to 10 years old, teachers and everybody just like arbitrarily decide like, okay, this is the year where fun stops, guys. Everything after this, being a kid, is no longer going to be a good time, and I hope you're ready for that. And then all it is that like people don't dress up for Halloween at school and hand each other candy as much, which I just feel like is kind of like an overkill, like from 4th to 5th grade. Like, that's really robbing a lot of precious loosh from these poor kids. And with pressure, you probably aren't as inspired to make good music. Yeah, I mean, honestly, sometimes, like, I look at me, once I was able to get this channel up and going and become just sort of, like, situated in, like, the routines of it, my creative energy is in there. But goddamn, like, the fact that there's no pressure to, like, really make it happen, kind of stinks, because it really does push you pretty far, you know? I'd love to be that person that's just, like, infinitely self-motivated to go to the next thing all the time, but I definitely am, like, a creature of habit, and once I find my, like, neutral comfort zone, I'm just there. Do I like Stained? Yeah. Had a bad day again. Isn't that one? No, say I'm sorry, yeah. Had a bad day again. I was in the class of 2000 that we all heard about for the decade and a half, and then a millennia came and it meant nothing for another day. Zam. 2030, everyone stop being fun. They're trying to say that's actually the true agenda. 2030 is there's a, everybody always talks about the war on Christmas, but there's a true war on Halloween. They want to stop it. Either that or they want to make every day Halloween with CERN. Did y'all see GTA 6 was leaked and Microphone TV covered it? You, Joel. What's you, Joel? What's Microphone TV covered it? Question mark, question mark. You, Joel. What do you mean, you, Joel? I don't understand. Am I in trouble? Did I leak? Was I the leaker for GTA 6? Am I going to have a private investigator come to my house and shoot me in the back of the head? Is it going to... Hopefully it's Lucia. You can dance if you want to. I actually laughed, thinking it was Chris using his sense of humor to keep from losing his marbles completely. But it was no joke. It was serious. And when he realized I thought he'd been kidding, he got angry. He insisted, "Something grabbed my ankle, dude. I know what happened." And it wasn't a prank either. Chris was genuinely scared out of his mind, and from his breathing was well... Oh, I see. No beard scratch tonight. It's not itchy. Ain't got the itch. The jock itch. The beard itch. Please say you listen to Ween at some point. Ween. It sounds so familiar. I think so. Ween music. Ween is an American alternative rock band formed from 1984 in Pennsylvania by childhood friends Aaron Freeman and Mickey Melchiando, known for their stage names Gene Ween and Dean Ween. No, I never heard of Ween. Weener. I believe Joel should be the narrative voice for ChatGPT. If they paid me, how much do you think they should pay me to, like, have my likeness for ChatGPT? Because honestly, I might do it. Chris was genuinely scared out of his mind, and from his breathing, was well on the verge of a panic attack too. We tried talking him down, saying how the edge was slippery and how he'd probably just leaned too far in, but he wouldn't hear any of that. He kept saying he felt something close around his... 7 figures? $1,000? Guys, I'm going to sell my soul for $1,000. Is that okay? 1 billion trillion? No, there you go. What if they just gave me $1 trillion and made me the new Joel Rothschild? He kept saying he felt something close around his ankle before yanking it hard, and then he pulled up the leg of his pants to show us. Now, there was a mark. I'm not saying there wasn't, and to describe it, it looked like a pressure mark, reddish and already starting to swell a little bit. But as Jason said, it could have just as easily come from Chris scraping his ankle against the concrete edge on the way in, or from the way he'd kicked while we pulled him out. We told him that, over and over, but every time he'd just shake his head, and we just focused on getting him out of the complex after that. And as fast as we could, too, but the climb back was absolutely miserable. Chris was shivering so hard that he almost lost his grip twice, and so we drove him straight back to the place for a hot shower, some dry clothes, and some coffee. And the mark on his ankle darkened into a bruise over the next few hours, and I guess if you squinted you could see something like maybe a handprint or whatever. But while we tried to reassure him that it was just his mind playing tricks on him that night, Chris would not stop talking about it. He described the pull, sudden and strong, and then how the water was colder than it should have been. Thicker too, like it resisted when he tried to kick. He also said something brushed against his other leg while he was in there, something that moved quickly when he kicked out against it. And we just listened in stunned silence as he talked, and then when he was done, Derek tried to offer a few rational explanations. He said it could have been algae or submerged debris catching his boot, maybe even just current from an old pipe. Panic, Derek said, could make a guy imagine things, and it made sense to me. But Chris just kept getting angry. He stood up and started pacing, with his voice getting louder as he said stuff to Derek like, "I know what I felt. Don't tell me I imagined it." Jason tried to calm him down by saying something about currents or pressure from the old system, but that made Chris so mad that he slammed his hand on the table hard enough to rattle the mugs. I just imagine the whole table's covered in like mug root beer. God damn it! Yo, careful, man, you're gonna knock over the mugs. If you knocked over my mug root beer, I swear to God, you're never going urbexing with us again. Maybe that's what was down in the cistern. It was a whole, like, little river filled with mug root beer. And it just, like, sat there for so long that the sugar became like a sentient bacteria. I saw what I saw, man. It was the mug monster. You would need a percent in royalties. That's generation wealth that pays dividends. I'm trying to get paid dividends. I want every dividend. They should pay me in mug. Root beer. No, root beer, no. That's what happened when that guy lost all those root beers off that picnic table. It went right into the Michigan cisterns. Fuck. But that made Chris so mad that he slammed his hand on the table, hard enough to rattle the mugs. We changed the subject afterwards, or at least when Chris allowed us to change the subject, we did. We changed the subject afterwards, or at least when Chris allowed us to change the subject, we did. He ended up apologizing for getting mad, and I get it, man. He was tired and scared. And then since he didn't want to drive home alone in that state, we just let him sleep on our couch. In the morning, the bruise was darker, purple-black in some places, with a few small scrapes that looked consistent with concrete. He kept touching it like he expected it to turn infected or something, and it didn't, but over the next week or so, Chris didn't let this idea go, and over time he started not answering any of our texts about future trips. And we tried to get him to come with us to other places, and whenever we asked, he'd just steer every conversation back to that cistern and what happened down there that day. He'd send text messages to our group chats about how he was researching the history of the site obsessively, looking up old newspaper clippings about workers who died during construction, reports of contamination, or stories from other explorers who claimed something was living down there on the lower levels, like a snake or a gator that got flushed away and survived down there on nothing but rats. It was obviously all bullcrap, but Chris had pages and pages of stuff printed out and stored in a folder he brought over a grand total of 4 times before we finally suggested that maybe he was spiraling. And to us, it was like he was losing his mind, but to him, it was like we weren't listening. And a couple of times things even got physical. About a week later, Derek said the marks on his ankle looked like a normal bruise. Chris shoved him into the wall hard enough to knock him out. Chris is a prick. He's a crick. Chris sounds like he encountered the shadow realm. He fell into the river Styx, which also just happens to be root beer. The root beer guy's still making videos. He better not be wasting any mug. If he is, man. What's up, Halloween freak? How we doing? Mug, root beer. About a week later, when Derek said the mark on his ankle looked like a normal bruise, Chris shoved him into the wall hard enough to knock a picture frame down. Another time, when I was over at his place and suggested that he might have imagined that pulling sensation, he threw a glass across the kitchen that shattered against the cabinet. He didn't throw it at me, but it was still enough to just... Today was supposed to be my day off and they asked me to come in to the Jizz factory, to the mug root beer factory. We need more mug. Where do you think they get mug root beer? Do you think they like strain out like a giant bulldog's ear that sweats mug root beer? How am I? I'm doing good, honestly. I'm exhausted. Oh yeah. Brain-eating amoeba. I'm good. I just need to lock in on my diet and get absolutely fucking shredded. It's never gonna happen, but you can imagine if it did. The Muggles. Another time, when I was over at his place and suggested that he might have imagined that pulling sensation, he threw a glass across the kitchen that shattered against the cabinet. He didn't throw it at me, but it was still enough for me to just up and walk out of there saying, I can't do this, bro, while he stood there breathing hard, staring at the broken pieces and not saying a thing. I was mad about it. I was worried too. Chris had always been solid, no history of mental health issues that any of us knew about, but the way he was acting, all the sleeplessness, the anger, the absolute certainty that he was right, it wasn't like him at all. He talked to his older sister and she agreed something was off, or we talked. Alright, everybody just put this guy down, please. I'm ready for the story to end. Happy Wednesday. What's up, Sonomi? Cinnamon rolly. Did you guys see that huge mother freaking flash flood in, where the hell was it? China? What if that was the news? What if, like, breaking news? Did you guys see that big fucking flood with a bunch of crazy shit? There's like Chinese people or something. Nah, I don't know. Anyways, Family Guy's coming on. Do you support veganism, not killing animals? No, I don't really care. I've never been vegan. I tried vegan for like a week when I watched this. I remember at the time, I think it was because of Clarence Kennedy, watching his stuff. It was like he was vegan. Vegan Gains was vegan or whatever. I mean, they still are, right? But then you realize, like, oh, these guys are on fucking copious amounts of steroids with like synthetic testosterone. Like, it doesn't really matter what they eat. Their body's going to convert it to protein synthesis and make them fucking huge. But then I was also watching like some stupid documentary on Netflix for a while. This was like, I don't even know, like 2017 or some shit. And it made it just seem like all these like top athletes were vegan, but in reality it's like they've gotten to where they are just normally and then like tried vegan for a week and then made a documentary about it or whatever, and it was just dumb. Don't eat critters, crickets are okay. No, I'm not eating fucking, eat the bugs. But I did hear something weird about, it was like there was going to be a large, we should look into it actually. Did you guys seen this? Have you heard about this? A large amount of beef being imported to the United States that it's kind of like, it's mystery meat. They don't know where it's coming from. Okay, Yasa Nijimura with the 5 says, yo gang, new job this week. Night janitor at a school, apparently haunted. I've heard a few footsteps with me just in the building already. That's creepy. Keep us posted though, bro. Hope everything goes well. A lot of vegan docs are propaganda. I mean, like, I'm not a vegan. I think humans need. I mean, we're omnivorous, right? But I think things like beef, primarily like chicken. I mean, I'm not like a huge pork fan, but if you prepare it well, it's good. And you just, I don't know, you need, fish. You need these like animal products, eggs, to have some of the healthiest forms of like hormonal profiles, if that makes sense. And if you want to eat vegan and all that kind of stuff, sure, but I've heard other people do vegan and they have like thinning hair, issues with various like hormonal problems. And I think we need meat, and that's all I've ever really eaten is like meat and rice and vegetables and fruit, and just good to go. It's from South America. Yeah, I think it was from like Argentina or something. I'm going to look it up. What's the deal with this mysterious shipment of beef coming into the United States under Trumparoonie? No, the moth fell in the water, so you're talking about moths. I'm not vegan, I'm on animal-based diets, but my friend is vegan. Yeah, I mean, I lived with like a couple of vegans for like years, and like the one wasn't annoying about it. For some reason, they would still eat like pepperoni subs, so that was always very funny. From Sheets. Pepperoni subs from Sheets. I think eating meat is fine, but we really treat animals terribly. Yeah, I mean, like the farming process, I don't know. It's like, what can you do? I guess you could start your own farm, but we're just like so past that. It's like, do you want an iPhone that's like $1,000, or do you want an iPhone that's $5,000, but it's like you have to choose like Chinese slave labor or not, so I don't know. Sometimes I think people hyperfixate on concepts like veganism or treating animals well, because I mean, objectively speaking, just talking about it doesn't really do anything, right? You don't really accomplish much but feel good about saying it. I mean, it's not going to change anything by just someone donated $5. Oh yes, Okayosha, thank you again. Did I miss one up here? I don't think I did, but we did get him. Okay, I think you're referring to the story that just broke on August 26th, and the mysterious part is basically that the Trump administration has authorized a very large amount of foreign beef to enter at a lower tariff without publicly identifying in advance which countries will actually supply it. Trump signed a proclamation expanding the U.S. beef tariff rate quota by 300,000 metric tons of lean beef trimmings, roughly 66.1 million pounds. It will be opened in 3 branches of 100,000 metric tons from September 1st through November 30th. The beef is primarily intended to be blended with fattier U.S. beef to make hamburgers. The unusual part is the sourcing. Unlike an earlier February 2026 action that explicitly gave Argentina an additional 80,000 metric ton quota, this new 300,000 ton allocation is officially assigned to the category Other Countries or Areas. It operates on a first-come, first-served basis among countries currently eligible to export beef at the U.S. That produced the headlines you may have seen. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins was asked where the beef would come from and did not name the countries, saying that these details are being handled with U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer and the President. Reuters also reported that Rollins said that she was unaware of which countries would ultimately benefit from the tariff change, so there isn't evidence of a secret unidentified boatload of beef suddenly arriving. It's more accurately, Trump opened a giant temporary import window. The administration hasn't designated one supplying country. Eligible foreign producers can compete to fill it. There are safeguards. It applies only to specified lean beef trimmings, and USDA, USTR are supposed to monitor whether the imported product is being sold about 25% below the prevailing import marketplace. Trump says the quota can be terminated if the lower tariff simply becomes a windfall for foreign producers rather than lowering prices. Why they're doing it? The U.S. cattle herd is currently at its lowest level in roughly 75 years. I did not know about this. Drought, feed costs, wildfires, and restrictions on Mexico cattle because of a New World screwworm. What the fuck is going on, dude? We have all these food recalls. Maybe all this stuff happens and we just don't know about it, but good God, dude. USDA expects U.S. beef production declined about 4% in 2026. The administration believes importing extra lean beef will push hamburger prices down. But American ranchers are really pissed about it. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association, Farm Bureau groups, and Republican senators from major cattle states argue that dumping cheaper foreign beef into the market could push cattle prices down just as American ranchers are trying to rebuild their herds. Economists have also questioned how much the measure will actually lower grocery store prices. One distinction that's getting muddled online: Argentina is already sending more beef because of Trump's February action. This new 300,000-ton August action is separate and isn't simply 300,000 tons coming from Argentina. If you saw the clip where Roland seemed unable to say where the beef is coming from, that's the source of most of the mystery beef talk. I can break. Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, but why are people concerned about Argentinian beef? Bro, yes, my work sent out a whole warning about the screw worms. Crazy stuff. Fuck, man. It was a bunch of shit from Mexico then, right? Lettuce and fucking screw worms in the beef. Some people got sad that the beef could be horses, but it's hypothetical to be sad over eating horses when you're glad to eat cows. There's no moral difference. Yeah, but horses are cool looking, I guess. But cows are cool looking too. I've seen like baby cows, they're cute as shit. I don't think I could be like a farmer. I don't think I could kill my animals. So, China actually did reject Argentine beef on March 19th, 2026. China authorities stopped a 22-ton shipment from the URBEX plant after a test detected chloramphenicol, an antibiotic prohibited in food-producing cattle. Argentina investigated and said the result was unusual. Possible explanations included contamination, a false positive, and another substance triggering the test. The ultimate cause does not appear to have been publicly resolved. Argentina has a history of foot and mouth disease. USDA still imposes special animal health requirements on Argentine beef because parts of Argentina are considered affected by FMD. That's primarily a threat to livestock, foot and mouth disease. That's primarily a threat to livestock, not people eating cooked beef, but America cattle groups worry an introduction could be economically catastrophic. About 30,000 pounds of Argentine beef was recalled in the U.S. this month. That's true, too. But importantly, the August recall happened because the meat skipped mandatory U.S. import and reinspection, not because USDA found poison or disease in it. No illnesses were reported. American ranchers also have a straightforward economic objection. Importing a lot of cheaper beef while cattle inventories are low could push down what American ranchers receive for cattle without producing an equally large drop at the grocery store. Damn, dude. I never knew all the fucking economics of fucking beef. So the biggest ongoing thing right now is China wouldn't eat this contaminated beef, so Trump bought it cheap and is feeding it to Americans. I like that way more. Let's just say that. They're feeding us fucking Rothschildian shit that's made in a lab. I like that one. I don't know, man. It's hard to fucking say. Joe will end up with 500 cows. I'm gonna start raising them. How do you know a vegan is in the room? They tell you immediately without asking. That's true, yeah, they do like to talk about it. Global communism, aka the NWO, needs full control over everything, including all food sources, so they must destroy local industries, flipping us to cheaper synthetic GMO global corp food. Oh, that makes a ton of sense, honestly, like, because it does sound like it eventually is going to, just through the roundabout way, like, fuck over, like, local cattle owners. So look at the cognitive dissonance. You believe you need meat, but you couldn't kill your own animals. I don't know if that's cognitive dissonance, honestly. I'm okay with other people killing them and me not knowing about them. Humans are not meat to eat, far from it. Yeah, I mean, like, that's also not true, though. I mean, I don't think humans can eat each other. But, I mean, sharks and crocodiles really like to eat us, I think. What does global communism even mean? I mean, I think it's just the idea of, like, centralizing any sort of product to, like, government, or indirectly through, like, one big fucking corpo industry or whatever. Because eventually the idea is, like, government and corpo, like, basically the way that, like, centralized intelligence agencies that may or may not run a lot of shit bypass a lot of government bureaucracy is to just, like, create, you know, independent front companies where they can then just do what they want to do without any sort of impedance to their, you know, nefarious centralizing activities. Joel, how do you choose stories? I have editors that dig through the emails and find good stuff, or they do their best at least. F the ranchers, they're all millionaires, and LARP is little P.O. dunk simpletons. Maybe, dude, I don't know. I'm not super familiar with them. I mean, I guess it sounds like, from what you're saying, the cattle industry is already very heavily centralized to these individual... who knows, maybe they're all in on it as well. Corpse3 Dorito, thank you. Or Corpse Dorito, sorry. Welcome to the Butterstock Call. You now have access to bonus content. You don't necessarily need meat, but it's perfectly fine in moderation. I mean, you gotta be able to synthesize protein at some point. You know, I guess you could get it from like rice and beans or some shit, but I fucking love chicken, I love beef, I love turkey, I love salmon, I love anything that doesn't make me sick, I guess, you know. Eggs are cool. Alright. You need a national brand of socialism? I don't think so. I don't know. Get the government out of my fucking face, man. We'll figure it out. But even as I say that, I guess it's just like the natural way of things is to monopolize as much industry as we possibly can and eventually become our own government. I don't know, bro. Do I like pork? Pork's okay. Just depends on how it's prepared or what form it is. Sometimes it's kind of gross. Korean bulgogi. Oh my god, yeah, that shit is so fucking good. Like, fall off the bone. We talked to his older sister, and she agreed something was off. And then after 2 weeks of careful pushing, we convinced him to just go see a counselor. And he only went because we framed it as dealing with the stress of the fall and the near drowning, not the something grabbed me part. And I guess he did about 4 sessions, and after the 4th he told us he wasn't going back. He wasn't mad anymore, he was just sad that we all thought he was crazy. Now we tried one more time to talk him through it rationally. He listened with his sort of tight, furious expression, and then stood up and said that if we didn't believe him, he had nothing left to say to us. And a month later he even quit his job. He quit his bob. I kind of want to go backwards in time, man. I want to go backwards in time where, I don't know, the world wasn't so fucking futuristic and cool. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's all wrong. I'm just picky with meat. I definitely prefer vegan. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. Just don't force it on anybody else, you know? And don't try to, like, push laws to whatever. I don't know. What if don't like plants and want to eat them all? That's fair. Who knows? Maybe plants have evolved different things to make us feel poopy. Hey, Joel and Chad, one story I always go back to is the one from the Abandoned Places video where a dude tosses a bottle down an elevator shaft and clung to the cables to survive. I don't remember that. I hate vegan meat. I don't know. I don't want to mimic meat. The fuck? What are we trying to more... It is kind of strange. Like, why do they create like 9,000 ingredients just to mimic the stuff that... Just eat the real thing if you want the real thing. I don't understand why you want to like simulate it so bad. I mean, I can see why you might want to, but isn't there ever a concern on the vegans' ends of thing of like how heavily processed some of the shit that they consume is? I remember my old roommate was a vegan, and like they would just eat like Doritos and fucking like Oreos. Like it said it was vegan, and somehow like, what, you tell me that Oreos are fucking healthy? It's got like 9,000 fucking random shit in it, you know? I don't know. Concerning the story, why do people who didn't experience the phenomenon always have 100% confidence it didn't happen to someone else? I mean, yeah, it's hard to deny their whatever, I guess, just to maintain their own sanity or something. Vegan dogs. Oh, veggie dogs, sorry. I thought you were saying, like, forcing your dog to be vegan. I think people have done that and literally, like, accidentally killed their dogs because they try to make their dogs vegan. A month later, he quit his job, broke his lease, and moved. Not across town, but across the country. He packed a U-Haul in one day with the help of his sister and then just drove west. And the last we heard, he was somewhere in Oregon or Washington, working construction and living in a place where the nearest body of water was a river he could see from it. Is any of the rest of this worth reading? He blocked most of it on social media. We went back to the complex once. We didn't see if anything was missed. The water was black and stagnant. I don't know what happened down in the maybe. All right, I guess the rest is. I don't know. Some of these, like, the thing happens and it just lingers on for fucking ever, and I feel like, do we even need to talk about it? Like, what else is there to reflect upon here? We tried to... I don't even remember where I left off. Oh yeah, here we go. The vegan rejects his divine spark. We are masters over this domain. See, that seems inspiring, doesn't it? You deny what you are, brother. You are a meat eater. Devour the meat. He packed a U-Haul in one day with the help of his sister and then just drove west. Last we heard, he was somewhere in Oregon or Washington, working construction and living in a place where the nearest body of water was a river that he could see from a distance. He blocked most of us on social media, but his sister still talks to him occasionally. She says he doesn't bring up the reservoir anymore, but he checks locks twice and still keeps a light on at night, I guess. We went back to that complex once, about 6 months after he left, just Derek and I. We wanted to see if there was anything that we'd missed, stuff like submerged pipes or old machinery that could have gotten caught on. Meh. Oh, 9/11 Truther, can you tell us other cool conspiracy stuff that we don't know about? The one ongoing theory that, like, I talked about before was the fact that, like, everything is actually secretly run by, like, Jesuits who, like, you know, infiltrated, you know, or created the papacy or whatever going back a long time ago. And then everything kind of, like, goes back to to Rome. And then before that, back to Babylon, and that those powers just basically continue onward. And that, long story short, I'm trying to say is that they're trying to bring about some one world order through the manipulation of the Abrahamic religions and all that kind of, and obviously war and banking and all that kind of stuff, which makes sense. But I'm just curious if there's anything else, like, if it goes even deeper. Like, does it actually go up to, like, aliens, or am I into gematria? I've looked into gematria a little bit. I see some of it pop up on, like, Instagram and stuff, but I can't say I actually, like, type anything in. The International Jesuit. I don't know. But anyways, the idea being is, like, right now, they're, like, like, a lot of people are worried that, like, the nation of the United States will become very, like, they're worried it's going to become, like, hyper communistic or liberal, or, like, what do you want to say? Like, maybe it'll become Muslim oriented, or maybe it'll become whatever. But a lot of people are within that sort of, like, line of conspiratorial thinking, is that there's almost, like, right now a you know, like, a foundational direction where it's actually going to end up becoming still a technocracy that has a lot of, like, obviously unconstitutional surveillance, but a lot of it's going to be, like, oriented toward the concept of, like, fascistic, but it's going to be, like, Catholic fascism or something like that. So it's, like, going to be, like, hyper Christian, you know. But I don't mean that in the sense of, like, the typical sort of left versus right paradigm, but I almost feel like they're the only way that they can push towards, yeah, Shakira law, but the only way they can push towards, like, the furthest extent of authoritarianism is through that sort of, like, you know, basically manipulated and forced nationalistic centralization of power, you know what I mean? Similar to what you may have seen in Germany or something like that. Have you heard of the conspiracy that everything in the U.S. is like a shipping war and the post offices run the entire world? I have not, no. That sounds fucking awesome, though. I mean, it makes sense because, I mean, we control all the shipping pathways post-World War II, and that's kind of like what makes my butt plug that I ordered on Amazon so fucking cheap. So look up Leo Zagami concerning the judge. Interesting guy. Yeah, you'll have to send it to me or something. I don't know. I mean, I understand conspiracies are kind of a no-no thing, but I mean, it's just like, it's just interesting shit, man. You know, it's interesting stuff to look into. You wonder who's actually, because when you look at just like how everything sort of plays out, it just never seems to make any logical sense. It always feels like it just kind of goes further and further away from what one would consider like individual liberties. I wonder if I got myself blocked here. That would make me sad. I wonder what I said. Oh, no, you're good, Callie. I see you. What's happening? I think you're so close to target. I keep getting these live streams after the fact, but I still listen to them, so I can never toot my 2 cents. Go outside and love your family, friends, neighbors, etc. Oh, damn. Are we about to all die? I mean, some people talk about, like, the poles are shifting soon. That would fuck everything up, but at the same time, like, why would they even, like, care about any of the infrastructure? Oh, my God. Wait a second. Let's run this through the AI. Okay. Hypothetically, the poles, the magnetic poles, shift. And then a bunch of radiation covers various parts of the Earth and United States, etc. Can you map out the areas in which data centers are being built, and does that indicate any visualization of an anticipated no-go zone after a magnetic pole shift and its ramifications? Here we go, guys. This is the biggest conspiracy you've ever freaking conspiracied in your life. Ryan Dawson is sick on conspiracy. Ryan Dawson? Shane Dawson? I'm just kidding. The guy that fucked his cat. The data centers are for their underground bases. I mean, that makes sense too. But if you would, like, wouldn't logically though, you wouldn't, if they were underground bases, you wouldn't say like the poles did shift and it causes like everywhere to get flooded, right? And it completely fucks up the United States. Like Florida's fucked, random places are screwed. You wouldn't build these underground cities or data centers in places where you know that large amounts of radiation are going to destroy and burn up areas or be like massively flooded, right? So if anything, if we can figure out the construction zones of where the data centers are going to be, then oh my God. Oh fuck. Wait a second. Okay. You can test the idea against the actual build-out pattern, and at the moment I don't see a convincing future magnetic pole no-go zone pattern in the U.S. data center construction. Here's a rough map of major current fast-growing data center regions. The pins represent market centers rather than every individual facility. JLL says North America has roughly 66 gigawatts of data center capacity under construction, with 77% of it newer frontier markets. Texas alone has about 26 gigawatts of existing plus under construction capacity, followed by Virginia at about 13 gigawatts. West Texas, Ohio, Louisiana, and Carolinas are specifically identified as major beneficiaries of the current expansion. CBRE independently shows the same general pattern. Northern Virginia remains enormous. Now apply your pole shift. The first issue is that a magnetic reversal isn't expected to work like magnetic pole moves here, then the entire geographic area becomes lethally irradiated. NASA's description is considered less apocalyptic. During a reversal, the magnetic field would likely weaken and become complicated, multipolar rather than vanish altogether. Earth's atmosphere remains the dominant radiation shield at ground level, blah, 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 blah. You then expect sophisticated infrastructure planning to show some combination of movement toward lower geomagnetic latitudes, avoidance of very high elevations, movement away from predicted magnetic anomalies, extremely hardened electrical infrastructure, because the bigger near-term technological threat from geomagnetic disturbances isn't people getting irradiated, it's electrical grids, transformers, satellites, GPS, and communications going down. The NOAA says extreme geomagnetic storms can cause voltage control problems, transformer damage, and even grid collapse in severe circumstances. So, and that's where the data center map getting mildly interesting, but not enough to establish your theory. Texas is exploding. West Texas, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, that's fairly southern corridor. Phoenix is also southern. Atlanta, Louisiana, and Carolina are southernish. Someone looking exclusively at these projects could create a pretty compelling looking conspiracy graphic saying America's computational infrastructure is quietly migrating south, except there's a major problem. Ohio, Indiana, Chicago, and Virginia don't fit. Huge investment is simultaneously pouring into Ohio, Indiana. Do you think 5G AirPods Wi-Fi can melt your brains, or is it BS? I don't know. I mean, like, all that electromagnetic frequencies going through probably isn't awesome, but Ryan does actual conspiracy content say that people like Alex Jones and Candace Owens exist to discredit real government actions. I agree too. I mean, like, Alex Jones has just basically been existing for a long time to kind of like shed light on things. I know sometimes they say, like, when they do things, they talk about it so that they don't have like karmic retribution or whatever it is, karmic debt. And if like the public is aware of something, you don't, they don't have to face the karmic, negative whatever the fuck, some stupid bullshit magic crap. And like, I get it, and like Alex Jones might exist as that. But like, if you look at Candace Owens, you look at like Nick Fuentes, characters like that, they're very, very hyper Catholic. And that to me is kind of like strange, because it almost seems like the fact that some of them, I don't know, like Candace kind of had this like abstract transition to Catholicism when she seemed to have had like some sort of disconnect from, the primarily Jewish-owned like Ben Shapiro network or whatever the fuck it was, but then also have this like abstract conversion to Catholicism with someone who was from like Turning Point, UK, whose like family comes from like major finance and is worth like $100 million. That guy is a bit strange, especially for her to like marry into it and then become a Catholic out of nowhere and then push Catholicism over and over again. So like that to me is kind of like making me wonder if there is going to be a candidate that at some time rises up from the nationalistic perspective of opposing whatever the fuck we eventually get to on the left-leaning end of things within the United States, then that would kind of like lean into the idea that maybe like that is the plan. That is like the sort of centralization of power through fascistic means oriented around the concept of like Jesuit Catholicism. But could be wrong, could be completely off base. Catholicism has been corrupted since Vatican II. There's a sequel? What the fuck? My meh was from missing your comment. Awesome how you are aware, Joel. We must be friends ASAP. Oh no, I'm happy to. Like, if you guys ever want to talk this shit, I can do it all day, but also not really know a whole lot about it, but just have general ideas. But yeah, no, okay. So like getting to this like map, right, of where the data centers are being built. So like, okay, let's think about this. Data centers going from Texas to Louisiana, so you're going up towards like the northeast slightly, and then it kind of like pulls into Carolinas and New York, and then a little bit northern to like Columbus and Indiana and that kind of thing. So could that indicate that maybe lower portions of the United States could get flooded? Maybe certain areas okay, just listen to this idea real quick. It's stupid as shit, but just listen. Texas, Louisiana, aspects of where those data centers are going, we're good, right? You're good there. But then part of Florida gets flooded, and then the northern areas, they're safe. But I'm just imagine this in your head for a second. New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee. Imagine like parts of those get like, because of like a polar shift in the magnetospheres is like the magnetic pole shift, and it just opens a lot of radiation coming from the sun. Those places could just be like absolutely scorched, as well as whatever like shifting of like water that happens from the ocean and floods like super south areas. I don't know, man. I'm kind of wondering if the data centers are giving us some indication of what the future of the United States might look like if like some catastrophic event could happen. My good friend Amber subbed. Oh, Amber, thank you for the 29 months. Hey, Joel, can you stop with all these celebrity deaths? I cannot. I think, unfortunately, they get old and then they die like normal people, believe it or not. So that would be like asking me to stop all the deaths, which I can try. I can try my best. Hey, Joel, you already talked about the Candace Owens debate with that guy that couldn't open the pickle jar yet, and what do you think about the Kirk trial? I didn't see the pickle. The pickle jar guy. Yeah, I actually think I have seen him. I don't know much about him. I don't know why did that like completely like discredit his whole thing as like he couldn't open pickles, so now he's like a beta loser or something? Data centers are generators for the underground cities. I mean, generators. Man, that's crazy. So maybe this is what's coming. Do you think they could force a magnetic shift and cause like these catastrophic events to occur? Why do they want everything to suck? Or maybe they're just preparing for it. I guess I remember there was like some sort of whistleblower from the George Bush senior administration that did talk about like something like $72 trillion or maybe it was $7.2 trillion being allocated to building underground cities all the way going back to the 90s. That could be a possibility. I guess at the end of the day, is everyone here prepared to die? Are you guys all like ready to die in like a pretty unfun and horrific manner? It doesn't mean you have to. You could probably escape somewhere. Maybe ask them if you could be one of their little freaks down in the underground layer. I think that's what I'll do. I'll probably become somebody's, understudy. Did you hear we shifted the Earth's axis 31 inches because we'd taken so much groundwater from the Earth and dumped it in the ocean? Damn. Been ready since 1724. What's up, Justin? You too young to die? Well, you better get moving, bro. You got things to accomplish before everything ends, so I say tomorrow begins your mission. Time to enter the Tartarian Empire. We gotta get to Argentina, and then we gotta get to Agartha. We gotta get moving. Maybe this is all connected and why the scientists are disappearing. They know something and they had to put out. I think the scientists, their disappearance was all heavily connected to free energy technology or whatever that was coming from the manipulation of like plasma or plasma fission or some shit or whatever. It basically was just like whatever technology that UFOs use to like generate infinite energy from. That's what they would be like researching, I guess. Joe, what are your thoughts about the global consumerism and dumping our trash everywhere and climate change and such? Not good, folks, not good. Did you guys talk about anything cool? I was busy. No, we didn't say anything at all. I felt like we were going to have a cataclysmic event for about a year and a half. I guess it's better that than World War III. Maybe there won't be a World War III. Maybe we'll just have the big one, Dying is just like your existence before your birth. I mean, that's true. Maybe we get recycled. Maybe we come back in a big old recycling process. I've heard if you get to where they tell you to go through the light or whatever, just say no. They're like, you know what? I'm not going to go to the light because the light is trying to mislead you. Trying to get you to just go right back into the Loosh farm. Hayden was murdered no different than, say, Isaac Cappy. Randy Quaid said it clearly. There are star whackers out there basically ran by these two NWO thugs pushing the agenda. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know anything. Just look back at the history of electric cars. Could have had them almost 100 years ago, but Henry Ford, the dude murdered and hide it in a museum. Same thing happened with scientists. I mean, it makes sense. Like, if it's all just like sort of, maybe there are like gray aliens that are trying to like offer us like good technologies to like power everything and not have to worry about fossil fuels. Maybe they're misleading us. Maybe it's, you know what I mean? Because you really do wonder, like, what is like that? Like, what is the great deception? Like, what is the one thing that's just going to like completely catch everyone off guard and they have no idea how to react? Joel, what the crap? I've been trying to ask a question about looshing. Oh, I'm sorry. What was it? Is that a Olympic sport or something? What do you think about the demiurge controlling this world and archons forming a loosh off of us? I mean, if that is the case, then I think it's very rude. But like I would prefer like, the Abrahamic religion of Christianity to be like the truth, because that's kind of what I was raised in. But I mean, that's a little bit presumptuous of me, I suppose, to think that I just know all the answers. But, if that is the case, then, don't go into the light, I suppose. But then what if you don't go to the light and then you end up in heck? the worst place. It's cold and dark and the gnashing of teeth. I've died a couple of times or so, and it's a big trip. It's a lot of like the death scene of the main character in Enter the Void. Don't watch that if you're a minor. What happened to you? What the frick? Loosh is like a negative energy. When you get in a bad mood, frustrated, sad, depressed, you give off loosh. I think you give off loosh in like all energies. Apparently their favorite one is love, but then people talk about the reptilians fucking like just love farming fear and death and destruction. Maybe because it's the easiest one to get from us. It's just like having a consistent paycheck of our negative loosh by putting us in perpetual war. Where if you just like let us to just like sit there and like find love, probably not gonna happen. Christians, Muslims, Zionists are supposed to bring in the planned World War III. Will be a huge fake war, no different than what 1984 warns to weed out who's loyal to the NWO and who's not. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty well fucked. Like all my data is probably gonna get me put into a camp of sorts, and I mean, how are you even supposed to fight it, I guess? God doesn't destroy. Would you destroy your kid for not understanding a game with the rules lost? I mean, it sounds like... I don't know. There's always like this weird thing in Christianity where it's like, if you were to just like appeal to that and be like, I don't know what the fuck was happening, dude, I don't know. Which would be like, to me, a logical response. There's always like some, you know, quirky response from God where he's like, I sent someone to tell you. And then it was just like some fucking homeless guy who was like, Jesus is the way, Jesus is the way. And you're like, what the fuck? That guy? Can you do a narrating conspiracy videos and such? That would be cool. That would be fun. Whatever we talk about. We wanted to see if there was anything we'd missed. Stuff like submerged pipes or old machinery that could have caught Chris's boot. The water was still black and stagnant, and we stayed back from the edge, but nothing moved except the ripples caused by these slow drips probably coming from the ceiling. I don't know what happened down in that cistern. Maybe Chris slipped. Maybe the cold and the dark and the sudden immersion scrambled his sense of what was real for a few seconds, and his brain just filled in the rest. Maybe the bruise was just a bruise. People have breakdowns. Trauma does strange things to people. But for a rational, careful guy I knew for years to be willing to uproot his entire life and put 1,000 miles between himself and a hole in the ground in Michigan, I wonder what makes me... Have you seen anything about Resident Evil Requiem? The movie? The movie looks cool. Is that what you mean? Do you guys ever talk about fun, loving things, whimsy and such? I don't know if we ever do. What's like... dude, I'm not joking. Can I tell you guys something? My whole fucking life, I have been trying to think of what the opposite genre for horror is. You know? Like you go, hey guys, we're going to see a horror movie. I guess you could say comedy. Like comedy is like the opposite of horror movie. But where's like just the heaven movie? Where's the movie that just fills you with like so much like peace and joy and love and perfection that it's just like, I gotta do that again. I gotta get back. Maybe it's impossible. Maybe this world is just like filled with everything but whimsy and joy. Screw it, my Lucian question keeps getting bypassed. Did you hear about the freaking crazy Paris Hilton live stream? I just heard about it. Yeah, he like cut himself and made him bleed or whatever. And yeah, it was pretty crazy. I don't know what happened to him though. What was he trying to bring attention to? Was it like trying to sell something, or was he just generally nuts? My twin just finished the game and it was crazy. What twin? Would you say twin? I think the opposite is K&C dramas. Korean? You're awesome, brother. Seriously, thank you for being you. Voice of reason. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Irrational would be the opposite to the doom and gloom. Irrational. Oh, like, just like not being a realist or whatever. That's called propaganda. Just watching propaganda videos. Happy, happy, happy. It makes me wonder if there really might be something down there, hiding itself away in all that dark, stinking water. Planet Earth is a nice movie. So is Fantasia. I guess that's true. Maybe like the opposite of horror movies is just like going and living life and finding it yourself. I think dude, I am fucking terminally online, bro. I gotta get the fuck outside. My actual birth twin that I shared a woman with and finished the Resident Evil Requiem game. Oh, is that Resident Evil 9? My friends seem to like it. No, he'd been posting about the Bible and then started talking about how he was a loser. I think maybe he was reflecting on all the really shitty things he did to become famous. Totally fair, man. Totally fair. I mean, that world just seems so vapid and lame. Like, I don't even for a second can't wrap my head around any sort of, like, well, at least modern celebrity worship. There was a lot of celebrities I liked in the past, but these modern ones are fucking boring. Okay, story 3. Joel, you have to go touch some grass. I really do. I really do. And I do kind of. It's just like, now that I'm old and shit, like, I don't have any friends. I mean, I do have friends. I need more friends, though. Friends to invite me to go do stuff out where there's green shit. You know what I'm talking about? I need those friends. I wish I was more self-motivated. Like, I really, really do. Like, I can autistically stick with the same fucking schedule of YouTube for 12 years, right? But for some reason, when it comes to just, like, what do I want to go do with my actual life? You know, it's just... I just don't deviate at all, and I really need to start deviating. I need to get devious. I hope everyone's having a good night. Don't forget to do that thing. Remember your medicine or vitamins. Stop slouching. Get a stand-up desk. You don't play football anymore? No, dude. Football, sadly, is one of those things where you just don't play it anymore. I mean, you can play pickup basketball. That's easier. Go play, like, you know, soccer, football, but actual, like, pickup, throw a ball around, just, like, unless you join a league. 37U. Here's a positive, Joel. From sitting in your live streams, you inspired me to start lifting and doing cardio again, spending an hour outside in the sun a day, and even better. Good. I'm glad, Jay. Thank you for doing that. And you guys inspire me to do something. What should I do? You guys got to tell me what to do, and then tell me how to just fucking do it. The singular female friend I've had as an adult through work is transferring across the state, and I'm gutted. Fuck, dude. That's tough. Oh, it's freaking tough, man. I don't know. You should just go with her. Just call off the wedding and go with her. Said, sorry, babe, I want to go play with my friends. I know Hawaii. You want to come out here to Hawaii with your free time? I went to Oahu back in 2014. It was very beautiful. I went to, what's it called? West Point or White Beach, White Point. Anyways, the waves were huge and I got fucking shit on. Friends, no point. Do your own thing and see if they join you. No, I agree. That's the weirdest thing is I'm like so set up to just like go do my own thing. But I gotta be honest with you. I don't know. Like I have so much creativity in my head pertaining to like making up shit out of nowhere, like making a joke or writing a character or whatever the fuck. But when it comes to just like what the fuck I do creatively. Oh, you're in Oahu? Dude, that's awesome, bro. Dude, I must have went to all the different beaches. Have you been to that one place? This was the scariest moment of my life, and it really probably shouldn't have been because I'm sure they do that all the time, but it was basically like you get to the end of a cul-de-sac and then you start walking and you basically in like a few steps enter like a jungle, and then the jungle follows along like a riverbed, and you can't walk along the other parts because it's like you basically have to walk in Crocs in the riverbed because walking in the other stuff is so muddy that your feet get stuck or your shoes get stuck in the mud. And then, but then at the end you get to a waterfall, and then you have to climb up this waterfall, and it's just like room at the top of this like huge 70-foot drop that's just enough room for your feet, and then you have to jump. That was like the craziest jump I'd ever done in my life. It was just very scary. Maybe you went to Sandy Beach. We'll take you some peaceful beaches. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's all I did when I was there was just go on like a hike and then go to a beach. That was like our rotation. It was fun though. The bird smelled like ranch dressing. It might have been from years ago. I do sometimes wonder if like food can just like stay in your stomach and rot. I sure hope it does. Do you have to park in a neighborhood windwards? Yeah, you park at the end of a neighborhood, and then it's almost like it has like a gate, like one of those rotating gates that you can jump over, right? I forget what you call them. They're like pipes that rotate, and then it just like slowly starts turning into like, I think sand. From what I remember, it's like a really nice neighborhood. Slowly starts turning into mud, and then it turns into, you know, you're walking into a jungle pretty much, you know. I don't know, it's just like such a funny transition. Went to a luau party, old people luau. That was an Elvis impersonator, virgin pina coladas. That's awesome. Windward side, yeah. It was crazy on Oahu. It's like, you know, you just drive like an hour and you're already on the other side of the island. Did we go to the same waterfall? We might have, dude. I mean, the island's pretty small, right? But I remember one of the most beautiful places was the fucking Mormon temple. As weird as it is to say, that fucking Mormon temple, like, it made me feel like I was like some old sultan, you know, from back in, you know, Persia. I felt like if like Aladdin became like a prince. And they just like, the garden was so, everything was so pristine. They had music coming out of the fucking trees with angels singing. It was awesome. Now granted, being Mormon's kind of scary, but they got pretty places. I feel that self-motivating myself with a knee-jerk reaction over self-censor is my hill right now. DC has so many things to do and people to meet. I feel intimidated. What is it, self-motivating myself without the knee-jerk reaction to over self-censor? Oh, like self-censor your movements. Right? What do you mean, like with your speaking? The Mormon temple, I love. The former Mormon here, I've been there too. Yeah, I don't know. I worked with a Mormon. Oh, that's near the Polynesian Culture Center. Oh, I went there too, dude. The Polynesian Culture Center was really nice. And the guy was from... What the fuck was he from? Where the fuck was he from? Samoa. That's how he said it. I am from, like, he would correct you. He's like, I'm from Samoa. And he would climb a tree and then, you know, like hit a machete to knock off a coconut or whatever. And I don't know. I love the Polynesian people because it's like, you kind of got that like interesting mix where it's like, they're like either really fucking athletically strong, dense rugby players, or they're like extraordinarily obese, or they're like meth head skinny. There's like nothing in between. Damn, this trip is coming back into my brain. It's been forever. You're a Luciferian? How come? So I don't talk about this much because when I do, people start looking at me like I'm either full of it or I need a psychiatrist. But this isn't some ghost story, and I'm not asking you to believe anything supernatural. This is just the story of why 4 grown-ass men ran out of a building like it was on fire when there was no fire. In late October of 2023, a few buddies and I decided to organize an URBEX trip to the Willowbrook State School. Now, we'd done a bunch of research on this place and found out that it was sort of like a reformatory for what they called wayward youths, which between you and me is basically a fancy name for kiddie jail. But we also found out the place was forcibly closed in the mid-'80s after a whole bunch of scandals. Scandals involving stuff like abuse, overcrowding. Basically, think of a way that place could have screwed up, and they did it. Most of the campus had either been demolished or sealed, but this one outbuilding still stood. Have you guys ever seen people from Fiji? Samoans was jumped and robbed by 3 of them in Tempe, Arizona when I was in college too. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah, like if you're not from around, well, it's just really funny because what do they call them? They call them, if you're not from the island, you're called, what the fuck's that word they called us? It was a slur. If you're not from Hawaii, you're a howley. You're a howley or something like that, or whatever the fuck is. The howley, a foreigner or someone not yeah. So like the whole time me and my buddy was in Hawaii, we just kept calling it. I was like, look at these fucking howleys, bro. These fucking howleys don't understand what's going on. We get it. We've been here like 6 days, bro. Fucking howleys. And then I guess there was like, they talked about, I don't know if it was like Halloween or what it was, but it's like Howley, beat the shit out of Howley. Like beat the shit out of Howley night or something, like where they just like find random tourists and just like beat them up. And I'm like, that sounds like a great way to get people to keep coming back. I have a cousin, she's half Samoan. That's cool. I've seen water in bottle from Fiji. To that count? It does, but yeah, no. People from Fiji, like the Fiji fucking rugby team. Oh my god, dude, go look at those people. They're just like, it's like, you get like Polynesian people, you mix them with like African people or maybe like West Africa, and then a little bit of like Indian in there, and it's just this like fucking Spartan warrior shit, bro. It's fucking nuts. What do you different user colors signify? Oh yeah, green is if they're like a member and have access to bonus content. Most of the campus had been either demolished or sealed, but this one outbuilding still stood on the edge of the property, and boy did it look inviting. The internet said that the basement levels flooded every spring and that the upper floors were structurally unsafe. Jews for Jerry. Jerry who? That'd be so fucking... If there was like a Jews for Jerry... Wait, I was about to say Jerry Epstein, but that's not what his name was it? Do you wear sunscreen and think it's healthier? Believe in health? I don't wear sunscreen, but I just... if I'm going to be out too long, I'll just put on like thin long sleeve and maybe like a hood. Just pretend like I work on a boat in Florida or some shit. They call it the Kill Howley Day. You know, it's all about aloha. I know, right? I do feel bad. I mean, like it, you know, I don't know. The island is so beautiful. It's just like, it looks like Jurassic Park. But then it's like, it's so funny that it just ends up being like the rest of America, where it's like, it's Jurassic Park if Jurassic Park had a fucking Pizza Hut and a Walmart, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, no matter what you do, consumerism will take over, and that's fine. Would you be happy if the Buttersock clan had an in-person meeting at Disneyland or Universal Studios? If you guys wanted to organize that for yourself and do it, you're more than welcome to go have fun with each other. Just don't hurt each other, please, or do anything weird. Since I sleep all day and work at night, do I have to worry about sunscreen? You know, it's up to you. It might get a graveyard tan. What We Look Up said that the basement levels flooded every spring and that the upper floors were structurally unsafe. But since it was the fall and we didn't plan on heading up too high, 3 out of the 5 floors sounded okay, we decided that it'd be perfect for a few hours of exploring. We parked about a half-mile down a service road and then hiked in after dark with headlamps and gloves and all the usual... Joel, you just ruined my plans for the meetup now. What am I supposed to do? Yeah. Justin had his fingers all lubed up, ready to go. What he was going to do with them, who knows? I think I'm going to say goodnight and go listen and fall asleep with Joe's voice. No worries, Suzy Q. Good to see you. Have a good night. We parked about a half-mile down a service road, then hiked in after dark with headlamps and gloves and all the other unusual gear. And we like to stay low impact too, so no spray paint, no breaking windows. We'd leave nothing but our boot prints, we'd say. Now, the building was a 3-story brick thing, plus a basement with most of the windows either boarded or smashed long ago. The main doors were chained, but someone before us had pried a side entrance open enough to slip through. And inside it smelled exactly like you'd expect. A ton of mildew, old plaster, animal urine, and that flat chemical tang of decades-old disinfectant that never quite seems to leave the place. We moved slowly and carefully, keeping our eyes peeled for crumbling or cracked concrete. The first floor was all offices and day rooms with peeling paint, overturned furniture, and file cabinets with water-damaged papers. Root beer and root beer everywhere. It's 7 p.m. here. How about you? Oh yeah, dude, it's 1:30 a.m. here. I'm up late, past my bedtime. Oh my god, I just remembered I have pumpkin bread pudding in the fridge. Pumpkin bread pudding, holy poop. Yeah, we don't observe time here. This is a timeless sector. The first floor was all offices and day rooms with peeling paint, overturned furniture, and file cabinets with water-damaged paper still inside. The second floor had patient rooms, so metal frame beds bolted to the floor with restraints still hanging off a few of them. There was graffiti pretty much everywhere, but it started to peter out at the second floor. And then on the third, there was nothing. Almost like the taggers knew better than to climb up there. And I guess they knew something that we didn't too, because after walking around the third floor for a while... Dude, what the hell was that? Do I play Helldivers 2? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, I burped so hard my ears hurt for some reason. Yeah, I played the new Helldivers update, and it's like... You kind of have like these xenomorph creatures, and then these giant fucking like... triangle head from Silent Hill creatures who have like giant I don't know, it's just like such a weird mishmash of shit. They're just like, okay, we should introduce xenomorphs from Alien and fucking trolls from, you know, Lord of the Rings, which is fine and cool, I guess, but it's just kind of like really random. I really do hope that they introduce a human faction that's like the enemy. Because I don't know, man. That would just be so funny. Well, I don't fall asleep till 2 a.m. and that's with the help from you. I got you, bro. No worries. Follow my voice. Oh, you said you were native. Did you see the one guy on the Cowboys? Let's see. Dallas. Wait. Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, this guy, Shiaz Pete. Shiaz Pete makes Navajo Nation history in NFL debut. Dallas Cowboys rookie Shiaz Pete is making history and inspiring new generations of athletes. Many North Texas Native Americans celebrate Pete's debut Saturday with joy. We all got emotional, honestly, just seeing him out there, seeing everyone with Navajo Nation flags out. Said Christy Moses Parkinson, the chair of the board in the intertribal community. I don't know, I just thought it was cool. And then like he did like a speech, and like, dude, his voice was just, it was like inspirational. Oh, Kiowa Comanche, nice. Yeah, I've done a lot of stuff. I've done a lot of stuff on the channel about the Comanche. I got a whole, if you type Comanche into like this, like, or you type it into YouTube, like Comanche Let's Read, like you'll find like whole video, man. Just wild warriors, man. I love it. Joel, my goat. What's up, Grob? Nut. How we doing? Oklahoma. Okay, nice. Yeah. I guess they knew something we didn't too, because after walking around the third floor for a while, we found the cell. It was at the end of a long hallway with its door still on its hinges, but hanging It was at the end of a long corridor. Do we still have reservations in 2026? Why do we still have reservations in 2026? Oh, sorry, I thought you meant like at restaurants. I was like, well, you know, you need to let the staff know you're coming and they can plan and, you know, not overbook and... But why do we still have reservations? It's just where people live, and it's up to them, you know, it's totally up to them what they want to do with their lives, you know. Did you ever play Soma? I remember it had a real cool sci-fi elements, but the overarching storyline stuck with me hard in melancholy and loneliness. I agree. If you never, like, looked into the story of Soma, it's like one of the all-time goats of science fiction. Now, granted, it may have pulled quite a bit of stuff from, like, old sci-fi stuff, but it's up there, and it's carrying on a message I think is pretty amazing. It was at the end of a long hallway with its doors still on its hinges but hanging open about 6 inches. And the room number plate was gone, but the heavy sliding bolt was still there and still very functional. Now inside, the room was maybe 10 by 12 with a single high window boarded from the outside, so only thin lines of moonlight came through. The floor was concrete, stained dark in places, but it wasn't those dark stains that really got our attention, or the usual hospital stuff. It was the presence, and in a very high amount too, of a specific kind of item. Against one of the walls, someone had dragged in an old metal examination table, like the kind with foot stirrups still attached. The leather straps were cracked and blackened, so they'd clearly been there a long time. But next to it sat a rolling cart with drawers half open, and inside it, we found a pair of forceps. Now, they were the long, curved kind, used to extract newborns during difficult births. A pair of scissors with dried residue in the hinge lay close to it, along with the several... So you need to play Dredge. Don't look it up, no spoilers. I did play a little bit of Dredge. I didn't make it very far in it, though. It was one of those games where it's like, so you fly around, and every time you drive your boat, it's like the size of everything of where you're at. Like if you're off an island, every movement you do moves the clock way faster, because it's just kind of trying to be a little bit like Dragon, what's that game called? Dragon Quest or whatever, like Final Fantasy, where your characters are big but they're moving across like an overmap, and then you get into random battle sequences in that game. But in this game, it's like when you move, the timer goes down, and so by the time it's dark, it's like then the evil things come out, and you got to get... Oh, well, you haven't played it? I'm just saying the basic gameplay, so I'm not spoiling anything. But I'm just saying, like, it got very difficult, and I just kind of felt like the payoff was not, I don't know, it was not great. What's the worst pest? Mice, spiders, earwigs. Never had earwigs, I have had earwigs. Sometimes they like to give you a pinch, but I guess it'd probably be mice, because they probably would have the highest degree of transfer of disease and fuck with all your shit and just be gross. Spiders, you probably have just millions and you have no fucking idea. Indian trust lands, the reservations are still governed overall by the U.S., especially when it comes to business and, of course, resources. But yeah, there are many reservations nationwide. Yeah. You need to play bloody Halar, mate. What's Halar? Never heard of that. There was a new game called The Mound, I think, and it's like a cooperative game where it's about, like, sanity. I don't know if anybody's tried that. Did you see that Witcher 3 is being remastered? Came out in 2015 and had good graphics. I mean, that'll be cool, I think. I was not good at The Witcher. I sucked at it. It was pretty hard, and so I never really got to fully experience it, but maybe this will be it. I'll play on passive mode. Yeah, passive mode might be better. A pair of scissors with dried residue in the hinge lay close to it, along with several lengths of what looked like thick surgical tubing. There were torn strips of sheet, with some of them having stiffened into shapes that suggested they'd been used as ties or padding. And we also saw a whole bunch of empty bottles, most likely some kind of antiseptic or maybe even pain medication. But since the labels had long since rotted, it was impossible to tell. The last thing was a metal basin on the floor that held a crumpled mass of fabric. It looked like it might have been white once, but by then It was brown and stiff. No one said anything for a solid minute, and then my buddy Aaron nudged the dried-out fabric with his boot, and it made a very dry, crinkly sound. And then Carla, Aaron's girlfriend at the time, says, "I don't think this stuff is from the original hospital." And she was right too, and we all knew it. The layout of the stuff was too deliberate. The table wasn't bolted down the way beds were, and had clearly been moved in some time after the place closed. And then all the tools and equipment wasn't just scattered around like a bunch of looters had tossed it out of a supply closet as they were going through it. It looked almost arranged, like someone had set this room up for a specific purpose and then left it. The stains on the floor weren't fresh, but they weren't ancient either, so the implications were nothing short of terrifying, because while abandoned asylums and reformatories attract all kinds of Joe, what movie should I watch next? What the hell is that called? Maybe it's called Where Evil Lurks. Oh, When Evil Lurks. I think we're going to be watching that on the review podcast over on Patreon, so that'll be the next thing. You can watch it and then listen to our thoughts. Overall, I'm grateful for the creation of America. Many tribes are inclined with the whole idea of America. The U.S. Constitution has tribal laws written into it, mainly advised from the Iroquois. Yeah, I mean, God, it is wild to think like that. The war between like settlers and the tribes. It was like 400 years of warring back and forth. It's just fascinating. That is like technically the longest American war was the American Indian tribe wars. Like I don't know, it's just fascinating. Because while abandoned asylums attract all kinds of people after the staff leave, squatters, people hiding from the system or worse, a room like that... What is this saying? Because while abandoned asylums attract all kinds of people after the staff leave, squatters, people hiding from the system or worse, a room like that doesn't get set up by accident. Women had been giving birth there, in a place with no lights, no running water, no clean anything. But our main questions weren't so much who, but why. Why not go to a hospital? Why shack up in some filthy, abandoned, wayward kids' home? A place where it wasn't safe or clean enough to eat, let alone bring a new life into the world. Every question led to an answer that scared the crap out of us, so it didn't surprise me that Aaron and Carla wanted to leave right away. Our other friend, Mike, kept circling the table, not touching anything, just looking like he was seeing just looking like what he was seeing just wouldn't sink. Oh, okay. Definitely remember trying some dinosaur horror games like Rip Current, Oakwood, Tempest Triad. They were pretty surprising how well they were done, especially Oakwood. Interesting. Well, yeah, what happens in Oakwood? What kind of game is it? Ops, the blood spilled will not be vain. We are helping to fight to save America from these globalist psychopaths. I hope so. I mean, honestly, like, if you think about it, like, if, the Indian tribes were to organize themselves, like, they would probably could be, like, an incredible force to be reckoned with. But, I mean, how self-sufficient are people on the res? Do they have, like, is there a lot of, like, crops and farmers within reservations, or is it not really like that anymore? Our other buddy, Mike, kept circling the table, not touching anything, just looking, Like, what he was seeing just wouldn't sink in no matter how hard he tried. I remember the way our headlamp lights moved across the walls. Slow at first and then faster and faster as we obviously got more and more nervous. I just remember this specifically sticking with me. And Mike and I were freaked out, but we didn't think that we were in any obvious danger. And so for about 5 minutes, we argued back and forth in these low voices, and in the end, we got Aaron and Carla to agree to one last stop. We check out the basement, and then we get the heck out of there. Because if there's one thing we all agreed on, it's that when the mood turns, you don't linger much longer. The concrete stairs down were narrow and wet in places where water had seeped in through cracks over the years. Pipes ran along the ceiling, some of them dripping, and our lights picked up more graffiti and trash. At the far end were larger rooms that might have been laundry or storage areas at one point, but we didn't make it that far. We were maybe halfway down the main basement hallway when we first hoarded. My twin and I are making a new phrase. When something is crazy, say, "That's bonks," short for bonkers. Spread the word. That's motherfucking bonkers, baby. That's bongos. I should become a gamer. I wanted to play Silent Hill for a while now. That's funny. I don't know why the idea of like someone not playing a video game or like kind of like warming up to the idea like I should play video games is just funny to me. Like they're like, I should get into horseback riding. Just try it out. Think back to Standing Rock. We woke many up by uniting. It went beyond a pipeline. Fudge, man. Joel, if you had only dumbbells to use, what would be your 4 favorite lower body exercises and 4 upper body exercises? Well, I guess just dumbbells. Yeah, I mean, I guess you would, like, if you didn't have anywhere, like a bench or anything, you could lay on the ground and do, like, obviously, like, dumbbell bench press. You could do push-ups with them. You could put your arm up against, like, maybe a couch or something and do rows, or just standing rows. You could do overhead tricep extensions. You could do laying on the ground tricep extensions. You obviously could do bicep curls. You could do, some degree of like shoulder lateral raises. You could do shoulder presses. And then for the lowers, obviously just like put the weights on your shoulders and do squats that way. Air squats. You could do Bulgarian split squats for like single leg stuff. You could lean over and hinge to do like posterior, building up of your posterior, kind of like a deadlift. Walking lunges, all sorts of, you could do calf raises too. You could do pretty much anything with like just heavy enough stuff. But I feel like eventually you'd have to get to the point where you would be like calisthenics, where you'd have to do a fuck ton of reps to really see like big changes to your anatomy. Air squat sounds sus. It is sus because every time I go to do an air squat, someone puts a huge fucking black dildo right under my butt, and I'm like, who does, is this? So I think it's Pradeep. I think Pradeep's trying to tell me something. We were maybe halfway down in the main basement hallway when we first heard it. It was loud at first. It was little more than a whisper, actually, just this thin, high-pitched cry coming from somewhere way deeper than we were. But there was also no mistaking what it was. It was the cry a newborn baby makes. Like that short, wet sound. Somehow. Do a glute spread for us. Justin, that's harassment. That's sexual harassment. Unfortunately, the government still throws tribes fully competing in energy resource production, textiles, agriculture, farming. But again, the U.S. government has hijacked 1871, 1913, 1930 monetary and fuck, dude, what do we do? Like, what's your spiritual perspectives then. Like, what's your thoughts of life after death? Just jolking my chain. Oakwood is a survival horror game where you search an abandoned campground to find what happened to your friend's campsite after attack. It has a cultish elements to how the dinos got there. That's interesting. That's interesting. Do you think dumbbells wouldn't be sufficient for female to notice gains? No, I think with any person, male or female, they'll notice like progressions with the usage of any form of like resistance training. It's just that like if you can't do progressive overload, hence why people who do strength stuff gain a lot of size pretty fast, in the same way someone who might do bodybuilding. Like, at the end of the day, it's just about like challenging your body and forcing it to adapt. Like, if you're deadlifting 135 1 year, and then 3 years later you're now deadlifting 405, most likely if you're eating in like a calorie surplus, like the adaptation that you put your body through to like get to that point will be very noticeable within like your posterior chain and your back and all that kind of stuff. Now the same can be probably accomplished with like 50-pound dumbbells. The question is like, as it gets easier and you're eating in that calorie surplus with enough protein, like what program would you have to do? Would you have to be like heavy high volume eventually, since you're not going to have like the ability to like increase your weight? So you might have to do like a shit ton of reps. If the people were actually in control, then there would be a balance between all us, brother. A balance will be restored nationwide and worldwide. I totally agree, bro. It's like so obvious that like our monetary system, our governing bodies, like none of it ever makes any fucking sense. It's just like, you think eventually, like if people were truly in control, like it would just logically eventually arrive at like some position that's not consistent insanity. It kind of makes me wonder, almost like scared, like what the world would be like if it was just like humans running things. Joe, please listen to Archangel and check out Fatal Frame. Yeah, I've heard good things about Fatal Frame with the camera. With the camera and all this stuff. You get to ride the dinosaurs like a horse. I think at the end of every dinosaur game, you should be allowed to ride them. Fetal frame. It was loud at first. It was little more than a whisper, actually. Just this thin, high-pitched cry coming from somewhere way deeper than we were. But there was also no mistaking what it was. It was the cry a newborn baby makes. Like that short, wet sound, somehow more like a hiccup than a full wail. We all froze. What the hell? My religious outlook is, think of a battery. When we die, our energy goes back to the earth, which is energy itself, then transfer to whatever is coming back into the world. Hope we're all still friends. Nah, yeah, it's... So you believe in, like, probably the Loosh farm as well. Maybe that is the case, you know? Maybe we are just, like, if it's an ocean and a droplet of water falls in, or, you know, the droplet in slow motion comes up away from the ocean, kind of that's what life is for a brief period of time, and then it retracts and goes back into like the source of all things. Maybe that's the case. I guess who am I to say? I guess I'm not. But goddamn, if there's like some stupid fucking interdimensional beings that are just farming us with our endless lifetimes, how the hell did they even figure out that we do that? That, like, what if, like, Earth is, like, this weird sort of, like, contained biological system? Oh my god, it would make sense, wouldn't it? Because, like, think about it. You, as a fucking being, right? Whenever you look at yourself under a microscope, it's like fucking Osmosis Jones, where all your T cells and bull shells and whatever the fuck are doing all their little jobs. But it's still a part of you, even though they seem like they're relatively, like, sentient. And then maybe in the same way, like that's what we as humans kind of are. I mean, once again, this is like, I'm 14 and this is deep type thoughts, but maybe it quite literally is just like we exist within like the contained biological system that is Earth, whether it's a sphere or what have you, and then the energy just gets like looped and cycled everywhere for these living beings to just like continue. Or maybe we don't really have a definition of what consciousness is. I'm not really sure, but blah blah blee blue, give me a garlic knot. Have you heard of the world soul? I've met him, and he was a bitch. I don't have certain labels, same with politics, political parties. No label, no party. Pretty boring I am. Human energy with consciousness. Yeah, it's not boring at all. I mean, like, at the end of the day, if you think about it, it's like they take those parties and then they just, like, pit us against each other, but then they also, like, get to choose who gets to be representatives of those, like, decided two-party systems, and then, it just so happens that they do exactly what the highest bidder tells them to do, who probably most likely groomed them from the time they were kids. I mean, that's the fucking craziest part to me about politics, is some of these politicians coming up right now have literally been, like, influenced by these intelligence agencies, these secret societies, whatever the fuck they are, whoever it might be. They've been influenced by them since they were like children, or like selected from a very, very young age. And then whenever like the children go through like trauma, their personalities can be like split into two, and basically they can exist as like two people at once. The one that you see, you know, out there on stage, and then like the diabolical monster that they become behind closed doors. Somebody get the pom-poms. I say this kind of joke, so please don't take it wrong. You got it right, except the hot dog-shaped planet. The Earth is hot dog. Like, flat Earth is wrong. It's actually hot dog Earth. Has anyone else meditated on becoming part of everything and it worked, i.e. there were the trees, dirt, air, birds, car, road, their self, the people next to them, just everything? I don't know. I think that's what's so fascinating about, like, when contemplating these plans of, like, long-term control, is that most evil that you know in life is kind of, like, quick, right? Like, the Lindsay Clancy thing. It's just like a brief, sudden burst of evil, you know? But when it comes to, like, some of these long-term planners, like, that type of patient evil is some of the scariest I can possibly imagine, because it just requires, like, you think someone along the process would eventually disconnect or break free or try to, like, start something different, but I suppose, I don't know, you just have to assume that the beings above them are so ancient and evil that, how can you have millennia-long patience? How is it possible to have millennia length of patience for things in planning? Or even like 100 years. Like, it's just, I guess we can't figure it out. These theories don't negate Jesus Christ or the devil. I mean, that's fair too. We all froze, turning our heads towards the sound. We all froze, turning our heads towards the sound so that all of our headlamps were facing in the same direction. Then the cry came again, a little longer this time, and then after a pause, there was another. No one moved at first, and I remember Mike saying out loud, That's like a raccoon or a cat, right? Animals get trapped in these sorts of places all the time, and I've heard foxes that sound so human it's had us all bolting out of a building like it was haunted. But it was all totally wishful thinking from Mike, and we knew it. This sound didn't loop the way animal sounds do. It had that off rhythm of something that was actually breathing between its cries. A short burst, a gasp, another burst. Exactly like a baby that was either hungry, cold, or worse. Carla said something like, "Okay, this isn't funny, guys." But none of us were laughing. I guess I was more wishful thinking, or her part that time, praying it was just a prank. But it wasn't. I remember how Aaron took 3 steps forward and called out, "Hey, anyone down there?" but nothing answered except the cry. A little louder that time, like it had turned towards us. We didn't discuss it. There was no conference. The four of us just turned and ran the quack. Dumb MSM lyric I've heard and I really like M. He once said, "'Cause love is evil, spell it backwards, I'll show y'all." Love is evil, spell it backwards. Live. Yeah, I think I've had about enough Eminem from the rest of my life, honestly. No one can convince me that magic isn't real. The bus in the air on Halloween night is all the proof I need. The buzz in the air on Halloween night. Yeah, dude, there's nothing better than like a Halloween night that has like that perfect chill, you know what I mean? The perfect coolness in the air that's also slightly comfortable, but also ominous of what could come, what awaits for you, should you search. Then why do you look like him, Joel? Look like who? The bus? Oh, Eminem. How dare you? How absolutely dare you? Frosted tips. We didn't discuss it. There was no conference. And the four of us just turned and ran back the way we came, way faster than we should have considering how wet those concrete stairs were. The sound followed us too, not getting any louder but not fading away either. Every time we thought the distance had muffled it, another cry cut through. And by the time we hit the first floor, we were basically out of our minds with terror. Outside, it was still audible throughout the trees for a few seconds before the night air seemed to swallow it, but we still didn't stop running until we reached the car. We barely spoke until we reached the first gas station, at which point we pulled over and just sat there with the engine running. Now Mike was the one who finally said what we were all thinking, that the room upstairs and the sound downstairs were connected in a way none of us wanted to examine too closely. Okay. How the fuck does he know this stuff? What the fuck? Know what? Eminem was replaced a long time ago. That person playing him now completely different than 2002 Eminem. They replaced him with Peter Griffin. What's up, guys? I'm fucking don't give a heck about nothing. I'm really silly and I just ate a muffin. Ha 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 ha, yeah. Mike was the one who finally said what we were all thinking, that the room upstairs and the sound downstairs were connected in a way none of us wanted to examine too closely. Someone had to use that cell, and more than once by the looks of things, and whatever or whoever had been down in that basement was still using it the night we showed up. I've gone over the rational explanations 100 times, telling myself it was the wind blowing through broken pipes or even a stray animal like I mentioned before. Hell, I'd even take it being some random homeless woman who had somehow gotten into the building and was hiding after giving birth. The tools could have been staged by previous explorers for some shock value, but while it was easy to tell myself that, I knew, though, that the stains and items arrangement were way above the scope or skill of your average URBEX prankster. There was no chance it was like an amateur horror movie set either, because the filmmakers would have taken the stuff out with them, right? At least some of it. And that's what people suggested too. The old buildings make weird noises, and all we'd done was manage to spook ourselves. But I was there. I heard the intervals between the cries, and I saw the way the forceps were laid out next to the table. I don't think it was some prank or a horror movie set. I think this was real. None of us ever went back. They replaced Eminem, and now he's kinder. It is kind of funny. I think that's been one of my favorite parts about Eminem and his like evolution as like an artist. Was he was always this like anti, whatever you think, fuck you, man. I don't give a hoot. And now he's like, make sure you vote for the party that loves. Peace. Which, whatever, I guess on paper, but it's just like very antithetical to the previous sort of like silly goose kind of approach to things. I learn new conspiracy theories on this channel every live stream. I got you, bro. We're gonna learn everything till we're free. And when we're free, then we'll fight. We'll start fighting again, hopefully. Hopefully when I take over, I'll go nuts. None of us ever went back, and from what I've heard, the Willowbrook school had its security enhanced with fences and cameras, the works. Online, people still post photos from the upper floors, but I've never seen anyone mention that particular room or the basement in the same detail. Maybe they didn't find it, or maybe they did and decided the same thing we did. But, motherfucker. Rage Against the Machine became the machine. Yeah, it's just strange. Isn't it so strange? Like how effective it is to control what people say, you know, politically or philosophically, if you can just take their money away. You know what I mean? Just threaten them socially and then take their money away, and all of a sudden it's like everybody falls right in line. So easy. The Conspiracy Dog is the reason I started listening to streams earlier this year, but oh yeah, no worries, Amber. Thanks for being here. Joel's got a Leon Kennedy vibe, for real, for real. Fuck. The president's daughter? Really? I didn't know this was one big babysitting assignment. I thought I was here to kill zombies, not take care of some little stupid girl. Huh. Gay. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm never having sex. That's what Leon Kennedy said one time. Okay, Redback. Bye-bye, brother. Hey, see ya, bro. 9/11 Truth of the World WT7. Good to see you, bro. Thank you for chatting. It was good to talk. Thank you. Bro, that Magician song Fake Eminem came out with. I mean, I don't even listen to it. It's just such a fucking freaking... Eminem is such a waste of everybody's time. The CIA is involved in art stuff. They're involved in art stuff. When you see people with canvases where they use poop for paint, yeah, that's CIA. Believe you me. That would be really funny. I do hope the CIA starts pushing that. Like, I just always wonder, though, like, you never really hear about them. They're so clandestine and, like, secretive, and if they do have people that are, like, you know, blowing the whistle on them, it's, like, so obviously, like, controlled. Like, they just have a series of, like, sort of Asian-looking dudes who go around and give thoughts about, you know what I mean? Like, they were, I trust this guy on this podcast because he wears a headband and says he smokes weed. And he says mean stuff about the CIA, so he definitely isn't full of fucking shit and a goddamn trained sociopath. Does anyone listen to Machine Gun Kelly? I never listened to his stuff. I remember him and Corpse did a thingy-majiggy, but I didn't. C. Martin, welcome to the Butterstock Call. Thank you, and welcome to it, and you have access to bonus content. You guys talking about you do what they told you are bowls on parade? Yeah, those were the days, man. Now it's like bull crap on parade, am I right? Maybe they didn't find it. Or maybe they did and decided the same thing we did. But sometimes when I hear a baby cry in a grocery store or on a bus, I'm back on those wet stairs, listening to something that had no business being down there in the dark. Whatever happened to Corpse? I think he joined... I think he went to another planet. I think he's an alien. That's what he told me. He said, hey, Joel. Hey, Joel. Joel. This is him. He sent a voice memo to me over WhatsApp. Joel, babe. It's me. You miss me. I'm in another fucking star system. Sorry if this message takes forever to get there. Time operates differently here. There's a dilation. Anyways, tell all my hot e-babes I'll be back soon with another minute and 30-second song that'll blow your fucking mind. My hope for him is that, like, this Christmas, he drops a tweet that just says, hi. It just says lowercase hi on Twitter. Everybody loses their fucking mind. And then I come into the stream and I have to hear you guys. It's gonna be Pat's Nation asking me, like, Joel, did you see that? What do you think about Corpse Husband tweeting hi? And I'm gonna be like, I told you. Nix Tricks with the 5 Canadian. Thank you, Nix. Appreciate you. Guys, I gotta go take a huge fucking chungus piss. Alright guys, good news. All the piss jugs are filled and those should be shipping out here by the end of the month for all $10 tier patrons. Apparently there's no tariff on urine, thankfully. Why did YouTube automatically change the live stream to a whole different video? What do you mean? What happened? Are they coming to kill me? Let's check. Still seems to be there. I don't know. I have no idea. It's crazy. Have you listened to the independent artist Ren from Ren and Stimpy? It's Ren and Stimpy's solo career. Ren, singer, songwriter, rapper from London, UK. He looks pretty sick. Do they have any pictures of him with his butthole out? Let's look. Oh, there it is. Pretty easy to find. Not too difficult for a internet sleuth like myself. I'll be fucking jorking it to that dumb haircut later. Okay. Anyways. Story 4. Here we go. Joel, you need to fix YouTube since you're the CEO for real. Too late. If you made me the CEO of YouTube, I'd give everyone 1 million views and I would tell the advertisers that's what they got. Everyone gets 1 million views and everyone watched them. Pay us. My name's Mateo. I'm a 28-year-old urbexer from Mexico, and up until about 8 months ago, the worst thing that ever happened to me on a run was a busted ankle and a long limp back to the truck. I loved urbex, and I always told myself it was going to take a heck of a lot more than a sprained ankle to stop me doing it. But if there's a single lesson to be learned from this story, it's this: don't tempt fate. It was late October here, so while the rainy season was slowly tapering off, the nights were cool and still humid enough to be comfortable. 4 of us went out. It was my cousin Diego, his girlfriend Sophia, and our friend Andreas and myself. We'd been heading out on our trips together for almost 6 years by this point and had graduated to chasing unfinished high-rises for a couple of years. These were places the developers walked away from when the money dried up, and this one particular site we picked out was sat on the northern edge of the city, way past the industrial parks where a tower of maybe 25 floors rose up out of what used to be a construction yard. Now, we parked our truck maybe 2 blocks away under a burned-out streetlight and then walked in with our packs. We moved quiet, too, the way you learn to after a few close calls with either night watchmen or even stray dogs. And around here, the strays are no joke. Now, this place was much like any other high-rise that we had visited around that time. Concrete that was all gray, very stained with rebar sticking out like broken bones, and a fence around the perimeter that kind of reminded me of a rib cage. I like to think of these places as living, breathing places that we explore, just to show respect. And luckily for us, that fence had been mostly flattened or cut open years ago by those that came before, and there was no security and no lights, just the usual graffiti and terrible smells. What do you think about the owners of the 49ers? It's just like what? $140. Like he's a billionaire. First off, I'm actually curious about him. So this guy, the owner of the 49ers, went back to like his hometown or something to then go to like, I guess, his old stomping grounds of like a trailer park, pay $140 to get fucked, and then like get in trouble for prostitution, which then like would have had to have been like a sting operation, right? Or some shit like that. So he'd been doing it for a while. But it's just like so funny. Is it okay? Owner of the 49ers. Principal owner of the 49ers, Jed York. Jedediah. Jed York. How he made his money. That's what I want to know. Jed York primarily made his money through his family's generational wealth and his prominent executive leadership and ownership stakes within the 40... Oh, so he inherited the team? So York's maternal grandfather, Edward de Bartolo Sr., built a massive real estate fortune through shopping mall development. In 1977, he purchased the San Francisco 49ers for $13 million. The franchise eventually passed to Jed's mother, Denise DeBartolo York. According to Forbes, the York's family's total net worth sits around $8.5 billion, largely due to owning 90% of the 49ers. Interesting. After graduating from University of Notre Dame, worked in the private sector as a financial analyst for the investment firm Guggenheim Partners in New York City. He joined the family sports business in mid-2000s as director of strategic planning. He was elevated to team president in 2008 and served as CEO 2010 to 2026. During his tenure as CEO, York spearheaded the construction opening of the $1.3 billion Levi's Stadium in 2014, heavily boosting the franchise's commercial revenue, corporate sponsorships, and overall valuation. In 2024, York officially bought out enough of his mother's equity to transition into the principal owner of the franchise, cementing his personal wealth. Independent tracking and celebrity net worth estimates his personal fortune at $500 million, heavily driven by the booming multi-billion-dollar valuation of the NFL. Why did he go to a trailer park to pay $100 for a hooker? Did Joel play football? Yeah, I played football in high school. Could pretty much football over those mountains over there if you've seen them. I'm starting to think the electrical substation the 49ers organization become conspiracy theories over is legit. I'm starting to think that electrical substation the 49ers organization has become conspiracy theorists. Wait, what are you saying? They build an electrical substation? For what? I'm listening. Alright, so Jed traveled to the location because he fell victim to an undercover law enforcement sting operation. Right. Him and EDP 445. Details from the Mahoning Valley Law Enforcement Task Force incident report clarify exactly how the situation unfolded. Undercover human trafficking task force agents had placed a fictitious ad on a known prostitution website. Using the fake name Joe, York responded to an online ad multiple times. He negotiated a price with the undercover officer, eventually agreeing to pay $140 for sexual services. This guy's a fucking 500 millionaire, plus an extra $20 for unprotected sex, totaling $160. The undercover agent directed him to meet at a fictitious lot number inside the Wheat Mill mobile home community in East Palestine. East Palestine? What the fuck? Do you think he passed by like a derailed fucking train on his way over there? He's like, I won't look at that. He just wanted the cupcake, yeah. York drove to the trailer park in a rental SV on Sunday morning, carrying the exact cash. Police stopped his vehicle and arrested him immediately upon arrival. That's so random. Just like what the why was he in the area of all places, like East shitty ass Palestine, Ohio, cleanest water in town. The Niners players and management have claimed that an electrical substation nearby is the cause of some of their physical injuries. Makes sense, I guess. No, I have no idea. Why did they say that? York was born in Youngstown, Ohio. Okay, so he spent his childhood there and graduated from Cardinal. So he's just a downright Ohio boy. That's so funny. Like literally, man. The family business generated his wealth, founded by his grandfather. His parents still maintain deep real estate, philanthropic, and personal ties to the region. I wonder how they weren't able to keep this out of did they specifically target him? It's just weird. How was he not able to keep this out of the news being a fucking billionaire? Unless he just, I don't know. It is kind of strange. He literally $140 to go fuck some chick in a trailer park. And it's he could have DM'd any OnlyFans chick and you know what I mean? Any of that, and no one would give a fuck. I mean, I don't know, man. If I can sell my fucking piss jugs to you guys for $10 a month on Patreon, this guy can go fuck some fucking lot lizard. I don't give a shit. Jacob with the 54 months. Dolly Parton was a legend. May she rest in peace. Absolutely, Jacob. Thank you, bro. People that do sex are sinners. I know, right? That's the one biggest issue here, is this guy needs to go do a prayer. Luckily for us, that fence had been mostly flattened or cut open years ago by those that came before, and there was no security, no lights, just usual graffiti and dust. Diego always carried all the heavy climbing gear because he was the strongest, which meant we gave him the nickname the Mule. Now, this was the height of our hobby too, so we all took kinds of this. He missed that trailer stank. Yeah, you can take a boy out of Ohio, but you can't take the Ohio out of a squealing pig. This was the height of our hobby too, so we took all kinds of pretty fancy gear with us, not just the climbing equipment. Now, when we arrived at the ground floor, we found it was just filled with food wrappers and empty cement bags and rusted scaffolding, the kind of trash that builds up naturally when a place is left derelict for years. We then started climbing the unfinished stairwells, careful to test every step for weaknesses, and some of the landings had no railings either, so we had to be extra careful where we put our feet. We went up and up, higher and higher, with the wind moving through the open upper floors in a way that made a little bit of a low moaning sound. Now, while that was spooky, we got used to it after a while. And then around the 12th floor, Pray away the horny sin. I don't know. I wonder how much he has to pay, or like how in trouble he is. They're gonna make him get on national TV and oink. Sir will let you off if you start squealing like a fucking pig. Have you ever mixed up any of these stories for your own memories after reading them so many years? I don't think so, but that is that would be kind of a creepy thing. Like you just start like thinking like, wait, did that happen? Did I climb a 20-foot story URBEX building and my friend jump off the ledge? Was that me, or was that... I can't remember. It's all mixing together. Maybe whenever I'm in like a dementia nursing home, I'll start recanting all of your guys' stories like they were my old fishing tales. Oh yeah, I remember you know what they were doing down there? They were birthing babies in that asylum. I heard one of them squealing. Can I get some pudding? Then around the 12th floor, we started finding the first signs that someone else had been using the place. And from the looks of things, these weren't the usual squatters. There were drag marks in the dust and then dark stains that looked a little too thick to be oil or rust. In one corner of an open floor, we found a pile of old clothes, some of them torn, and then a little bit of wire that I later realized was used to bind wrists and ankles. Sophia then spotted a couple of... The hell was that? Is that Pradeep? When people tell me they've been horned up before, I feel violated and I should be able to take them to court for it. Who's Tim Curry? Tim Curry was an actor for like years. He's pretty famous. You should look him up. He honestly, if you've never seen some of Tim Curry's movies, you'll probably recognize him when you see him. But he's so talented. Like, all of his movies are just like freaking goated, dude. God, my foot is randomly itchy. Yeah, the clown from It, like the original like TV It miniseries or whatever. Oh yeah, Congo. Holy shit. That's crazy. I need to rewatch Congo. For some reason, I feel like it's going to be cool or terrible. Oh yeah, and he was in Home Alone 2. God, he was in everything. Jim. Come on, Jim. Hello, Puppet. Hiya, Georgie. Oh, Georgie. Well, now we ain't strangers anymore. Oh, Georgie. There's balloons and cotton candy, too. Yeah, a lot of Disney villains. Played the prime villains in Mighty Ducks. Oh my god. He was a villain in Mighty Duck? Was he a coach in Mighty Duck? I don't even remember. In the Mighty Duck. Sophia then spotted a couple of spent shell casings near a concrete pillar, and we realized that this was no ordinary abandoned building. It was like this shift in the air, one we all felt. And then on the 15th floor, the signs got worse. There was a section where the floor was unfinished, just these beams and plywood sheets, and under one of the sheets, someone had shoved a couple of plastic... Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Clue. It's been so long. Same with Rocky Horror Picture Show. I should see it this year for Halloween. I've never seen it. I know that's sacrilege to say, but I just haven't. I'm not as open-minded as Justin. There was a section where the floor was unfinished, just beams and plywood sheets, and under one of the sheets, someone had shoved a couple of black plastic bags. We saw them first, but the smell didn't hit us until the wind had blown. One of them had split, and I won't describe what was inside beyond saying it was human, and had obviously been there a while. Diego swore under his breath as Sophia turned away to cover her mouth. Me and Andreas just stood there, open-mouthed and not saying a word. But we didn't need to. We knew what we were looking at. In this part of the country, you don't need a badge to recognize cartel work, and we'd come across what I think was an execution site, or a dumping ground, whatever you want to call it. We knew we had to get the hell out of there, fast and quietly, with no lights if we could help it. And so we started back down the stairs, Bro, I've been listening for 11 years. First ever listener to summer camp creepypastas. You're like my long-term melatonin. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you for listening. And now I will say something so offensive that you can't even stomach the idea of listening to my stream or videos. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Squibbly dibbly dobbly doo. What's up, Finksy? And so we started back down the stairs, keeping as calm as possible, at least until we heard vehicles. There were 2 pickup trucks rolling down the track with their engines low and no headlights until they pulled into the yard below. We heard the doors open, the engine shut off, and then voices, short and rough like these barked commands. We froze up there on the 14th floor and looked down through a gap in the concrete to see 4 men, maybe 5, wearing some very dark clothes. But the thing that really spooked me was how one of them carried something over his shoulder that struggled once and then seemed to go still. They had a 5th person with them, hands bound and head covered, and they were taking him toward the base of the building. We should have really been gone by then, but instead we were halfway down with our pack still on the ground floor where we'd left them to move lighter while exploring the upper levels. What that meant as the cartel guys walked onto the open ground floors and saw our packs, they knew someone was there. After that, they started calling up the stairwell. When you pull into a movie theater and see grown men wearing women's lingerie, it turns you off of Rocky Horror. What do you mean? You don't get an immediate boner? You don't bring your kids? Vampiric clowns. You think so? You think that's what's about to... Actually, that'd be kind of a good movie, like Mexican cartel mixed with vampires. I'm on board. I must have seen Rocky Horror Picture Show 300 times at least, even went dressed as Janet a couple of times. That's crazy. When people go there, right, they just like scream and yell and stuff. Can you get drunk at it? And at the end, it's just like a big orgy. After that, they started yelling up the stairwell. "Come out, we know you're here." Not yelling, but loud enough that it started to carry. And honestly, it was probably the single scariest moment of my entire life. And I'm sure I don't need to go into detail about what the cartel does to people they want to disappear. I know American TV shows have talked about it by now, and for me, it wasn't the thought of being dead that scares me. It was having my mom wonder where I was. But we all felt it too, and so we didn't think. We didn't speak. We just moved. We obviously went up, and not down because there was no way past them on the lower floors. But the unfinished sections above the 16th floor were only reachable by climbing the external rebar or using the rope on the open elevator shaft. We'd already scouted a route earlier. Diego had free climbed a short section and left a fixed line. A good thing too, because when the time came, we needed it. We each climbed in with shaky hands after unshouldering our packs. We each climbed with shaky hands. Sophia went first, with her being the lightest, and then the rest of us one by one. The rope creaked, and the winds were blowing stronger up there, but below us, we could still hear the sound of voices and boots on the stairs. We kept on climbing until we reached a half-finished mechanical floor, maybe the 18th or 19th. There were no walls on two sides, just columns and a bunch of tarps that the construction crews had left years ago. And then a few piles of insulation, some broken drywall, and a random trash that I guess had blown in and gotten stuck there. We killed the lights and crawled under those tarps, spreading as much trash as possible over ourselves as best we could. The floor was open in places and you could see straight down to the yard in certain spots, but we just laid still as possible, knowing it was our best chance of not getting found, and just listened. The cartel guys beneath us were searching methodically, and as the voices got louder and louder, we started to hear this odd radio crackle as well. At one point, someone fired a single shot, apparently just to make noise and flush us out. But then I remembered the person they'd brought with them, and after the gunshot, we heard a short, muffled cry, and then nothing. That was the worst part, having heard a man die, then waiting for our own fate to come around. Time seemed to stretch, and at one point, Sophia! Damn, the chat's dead. Maybe I gotta stop talking about the conspiracies. YouTube's like, yeah, no, we're not gonna tell anybody about the stream anymore. Time seemed to stretch out, and at one point, Sophia got so scared that her hand found mine under the... Oh shit, he's about to get some. In a high-stress situation. Time seemed to stretch out, and at one point, Sophia got so scared that her hand found mine under the tarp. I don't know if she thought I was Diego or something, her boyfriend, but all I did was squeeze back to try and tell her everything would be okay. But I didn't know that at all. I thought we were screwed. I just didn't want her to get so scared that she cried out or something. I prayed to God that they'd stay away from our level, but it wasn't long before they got to us and my prayers went unheard. We heard them arguing just below us about what to do with that hatch in the floor, which was the only access point without climbing outside. They decided on one boosting... Did you see what YouTube did to the animated horror story videos? The colors look washed out. Wait, what do you mean? How do they change the colors of animated horror videos? Like from the compression or something? You throw toasts and act out the different scenes and dance along. Sounds silly, but I swear it was more wholesome than a lot of things we could have been doing. Yeah, we went drunk and high a lot. Oh, that's fun. WStream, been listening to you for the past year. Content very soothing and relaxing. It helps me get through that. Oh, thank you. AJ, good to see you. Hey, Cassandra, thank you. AI said you read 600 stories a year. I wonder how accurate that is. Fuck, that's a good question, honestly. Wonder if it could, like, total up all the numbers that I put at the titles of the videos and stuff. $600 stories a year. Yeah. We heard them arguing just below us about what to do with the hatch in the floor, which was the only access point without climbing outside. We heard them arguing just below us about what to do with the hatch in the floor, which was the only access point without climbing the outside. They decided on one boosting the other up, and then after an uno, dos, tres, I'm pretty sure a head and shoulders came up through the hatch. And like I heard, but I didn't see it happening. I did see how someone moved a beam. I did see how someone had moved a flashlight across us as they scanned for any signs of us, how it passed over those tarps, the trash piles, and the rebar. I thought that was it, that they'd call out and start shooting. But when one of them said something very dismissive and dropped back down, the relief was like nothing I'd ever felt before. And there was a little more arguing, and then their footsteps faded away, but we stayed put another hour after that last sound. Their pickup trucks eventually started and drove away, but we still waited, and then when we finally moved, it was slow. The fixed line was still there. We climbed down the outside in the dark. Our hands were raw and walked the long way around the fence line back to the truck. And thank God we parked as far away as we did. Otherwise, that cartel would have zoned in on our way and... Zoned in on our way? Can't expect to lost in beautiful numbers while falling asleep. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, fuck. But what about me, guys? I gotta stay up all friggin' night? Well, I'll man the watch, and I'll see you guys in Valhalla. Sex is always a high-stress situation until the end, then it's like, okay, I could die. A high-stress situation. You just woke up 8:27 a.m. Damn, dude. I want to wake up at 8:27 a.m. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. And thank God we parked as far away as we did. Otherwise, that cartel would have zoned in on our way, and we might have been trapped and killed when we tried to climb in. No one spoke until the city lights were behind us, and when someone did, it was to tell Andreas to delete all the photos he took. We never went back, but the shell casings and the bags and the clothes, they stayed with us for a long time. Diego doesn't like to talk about it, and Sophia left the group not long after. Andreas and I still go out sometimes, but only to places that we know are safe. Sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear boots on concrete, and it reminds me that the world isn't the playground that we grew up thinking it is, and that it's owned by some very, very bad men. Alright. Anybody who's still awake would like to tell me what funny thing I could say at the end? As that would be much appreciated. And then we'll get out of here. It's hot as shit down here. What the fuck? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also... Damn it. Did something come in the mail today? I have no idea. I haven't even checked it. Did you get anything in the mail? I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. That sounded weird. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember. Remember. D's nuts came in the mail. Yeah. That's good. That's good. I will find out where you live, but that's good. Put the donuts in the bag and nobody gets hurt. Remember, everybody, dig your boogers too deep, you might pull out your brain. We all float down. Oh, that's a good one, yeah. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, we all float down here. The planet is shaped like a hot dog. Women who saw a guy looking at them weird. I changed the names, locations, every minor detail. Dudes who snitched from the cartel. My name's Diego, and I live in Phoenix, Arizona with my 4 kids on 22 Turnip Lane. The cartel are some bad men, but whenever I made a right on the Escargot Avenue, and climb the old building of the Sears Tower that's not quite done, where they bury the bodies and boil them alive, and the planet is actually a hot dog? I sure hope they don't find me. Alright guys, thanks for hanging. Appreciate you guys as always. Much love. I will get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Let's be real here. Tic Tac shaped UFOs. I mean, come on. They better be Dr. Pepper flavored Tic Tac UFOs. But yeah, we'll get it up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. I'm gonna get some bonus content for the bonus content stuff up there soon as well. We got the cops, lost tapes. We're editing that. And then I'll get this up on YouTube. Same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Be sure to check out the podcast as well. And Saturn Soul, the true crime channel. Guys, thanks so much for the support as always. Love it, love it, love it. Rest in peace, Dolly. Rest in peace, Tim. I'll see you guys on the next one. Follow me on Instagram to keep up to date when I go live at letsread.official. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.